And so what we're going to be looking at and what we'll get a chance to, I want to jump right into what Ryan said because it really illustrates a couple of great points. Oh, excuse me, so sorry. Um, so let's jump into that uh, situation. By the way, I found out a little bit more about my that file lag situation, and it is not a Zoom issue. It happens to be something in this new version of the software that is really weird. Because um, if I go to, so that this settles down. If I go to that, remember I was clicking the icon to view a surface file, and it was taking, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds for the file open dialog to even show up, probably closer to 10 seconds or 20. And yet, if I did the very same thing, here I'll illustrate it again with this file. This is where we left off, same file I was in. So I tried this a number of ways, restarting all kinds of things to restart, did it with Zoom, did it without Zoom, and it did the same issue. So if I go to that little icon right there to Surface File Viewer, and if I click it, which I just did when I said the word click, um, and you see that it takes, quite a bit of time for this to come up. So it's for whatever reason going to that command from that icon, which really issues the very same command, and it shouldn't take anywhere near this long a time. In fact, still hasn't come up yet. So yeah, it's been maybe this more than 20 seconds. Wow. All right, there it finally came up. So you saw how long that took. Now, watch this. I'm gonna do the very same command, but from the menu. View, 3D views, surface file viewer. It's immediate. So there's some kind of difference in it. I can do that and repeat it again. We don't need to go through that exercise, but that was a very interesting discovery. So there's nothing I can do about it until other than maybe use a different version of Carlson. So anyway, um, so if you've got your file that I emailed you and you've expanded the archive, we're going to work inside that folder. So I'm going to choose to open that file, and we're going to take a look at a couple of things. So I'm going to go to that folder here that I called From Ryan, and there's a folder inside of that in the archive called FWD CAD files ZR. And so when I open that, I should see these two files. And I also, if I were to look at that, we'll go to it here just as the file manager. And my Carlson projects, my civil class, right here. I also see that there is a, here. There's also, in addition to that, to those two drawing files, there is this PDF file, which There we go, finally. So this sort of shows us, this is basically this is the project. They're building this, um, whatever that is, a little building or office or something. Um, or that's an existing one there, and here's the driveway. And so I got some paving and a proposed building in here. That's what we're trying to get built, okay? And what's really great about this is if I was looking at this and you see, if I zoom in, I've got all of these markings with elevations and such that I can use to elevate my line work. So that's going to be great. Um, a great way to uh, bring all of this stuff up to be able to uh, turn it into a proposed surface that we can work on. Okay. So we'll get to that part as we get to it, because I think that's really illustrative of what we get a lot of the times and how we need to go about fixing it. All right. So when we look at that at the two drawing files, I've got one that's called Rexburg MOB email, and I've got this other one called whatever it's called, the long name versus the short name. Excuse me. So the short name, let's just investigate a couple of things first. I'm going to open up that first one that was with the short name. And there's a couple of things that I can immediately see when I get this file open. And this may not be, our working file. We're just sort of investigating things, but I can see that, all right, I've got something up here, and then I zoom down and I got something else down here. All right, so that looks like the same copy of this up here. But if I'm looking down here in the command line, down here on this status bar, I'm seeing something. I see my coordinates are showing up as feet and inches. Well, that right there is an immediate clue that I'm probably dealing with an architect's file. And if I go to this place in settings, and I come down here to the bottom part called units control, or if I just type the word units and hit enter, I bring that up and I see, well, yes, indeed, I've got this set to architectural units. And AutoCAD is one of those really weird CAD systems. It's the only one that I'm aware of that uses architectural units as a unit type. There's no reason for it to have it singled out, except when AutoCAD was first being uh, sold on the marketplace, most of their customers were architects, and the architect says, "Yeah, well, I mean, I work in inches. I want to be blah blah blah." And so the people at Autodesk, instead of saying, "Well, we don't really need to know what you work in inches or feet or meters or angstroms or parsecs. It doesn't matter. It's all just a unit." But they want it to be different. So what happens is we have this legacy now that we have to deal with that has everything 12 times too big, unless we keep this in architectural units. So when we do that, and if I measure the distance of, let's measure this right-of-way distance across here. I'm just going to do a standard distance. I'll go from here and I'll go perpendicular to here. And I see it's 59 feet and 12 inches, which, excuse me, which is, really 59 feet, 11 and 15/16 inches. So it's not, it's basically 60 feet. But that's if I'm in architectural inches. So I'd expect that to be 60 feet. Now, if I were to put that inside a drawing that I'm working on, a surveying or an engineering drawing, that would come in as being, 720 feet wide. But it's not, it's 720 inches wide. And so when we use the file like this, we have to scale it by that factor of 12, right? So that's one thing I noticed about this file. I also noticed that this file is probably just, the file that we get from the architects, and we're going to use that to supplement our own base mapping file. So I see that. Just in a matter of doing some investigating on the file itself, I would like to always go up here and turn on all of my layers. Obviously, I'll do that from the view menu as well, but down here where it says thaw/on all layers, it says now they're all on and thawed, so there's nothing else in it. I'll do a zoom extents, and now I'm going to do what I always do is I just hold the shift key and I push this up, and I say, wow, okay. Here's something where this guy was obviously in plan view, probably should have, I think it was to connect from there over to here, probably is my guess. But if I look at that and I've got it selected and I hover the mouse in that grip, I look down on the status bar and I see that it is at a coordinate of something X, comma, something Y, comma, 0. So that right there is the 0 elevation plane. And for whatever reason, way down here, it wound up being negative 5,645 feet, 6¼ inches. Okay. So if I were, uh, all that concerned about this one at this point, about this file at this point, I um, wouldn't necessarily be. Let me undo that. I wouldn't necessarily fix this. But so one of the things I like to do too is when I see problems like that in 3D before I fix it in 3D, I usually go up here and let's make that red or some color, and let's make it a good 1 millimeter. I'm going to come down here on the status bar and click this show line weight so I can see it. And then I'm going to go back to my plan view and say, okay, so there's where that line is supposed to go. So yeah, that's why I did that. So instead of going to just this edge over here, it needs to go all the way over to here. So here's the problem with using lines instead of polylines. Now, I don't know, Ryan, you can tell, is this a line that was, now, it's originally that blue line, but is this one that your company drew, or is this one that the architects drew?
It came from the architects. And I
Okay.
think the other sheet with the longer name must have come from the engineers.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you some really hairy things in that file when we get to it. But here's the problem with these lines, because lines, when you snap to things, lines actually they're 3D. They can be 2D. They can be, flatted 0. They can be whatever. But when you draw with polylines, that allows you to draw line work and keep it at whatever elevation, some planar elevation. It's usually 0 unless we've snapped to something that has an elevation. And then it assumes that elevation and stays at elevation. Now, the other option is, let's see, if you go to the draw menu and choose 2D polyline, notice in my settings right up here, I've got set elevation by the first point. So if I snap to something that has elevation, then that polyline is going to carry that elevation. Otherwise, when I uncheck it, I could type an elevation and it sets it to that elevation, no matter if I snap to something or not. That's one of the nice little safeguards that you get out of Carlson's polyline toolbar, draw polyline instead of just simply drawing a polyline. Because if you just draw a polyline, it's going to assume the elevation of that first point, either the current elevation or the elevation of something that you snap to. Okay, so it's another reason why I like to use the Carlson tools. But the other thing is, and I would usually just say, anything that you draw, I would get in the habit of drawing them as polylines, even if it's just a single segment long, which could be done by a line. But the problem is you wind up with all of these segmented lines um, that should be joined together if it's multiple, or you wind up with these little quasi 3D line work things that, and Carlson will sometimes require that a feature be a polyline to run certain commands as well. So it's just a good habit to get into. All right, so now we've marked this thing as red and heavy so we can tell that we need to resolve it. So what we're going to do is we're going to look, and there's a number of ways I can resolve that. I can take that and I can snap this. First of all, I would let me take a look at, say, this right-of-way line. If I select it and I see, well, it's a polyline. It's got an elevation of 0, so that's great. That'll work there. I could, and if I see here, if I zoom in, I'm probably supposed to be, attached to that line right there. It's probably supposed to be, straight across with no change in the Y. And, but when we selected it, as you saw, this coordinate out here, if you look down in the status bar, or if you look in the properties, you see the start Z is 0 and the end Z is something god awful. So that's probably the quickest way of fixing that is to just go to this end Z and type a 0, and that brings it up to 0. So that's now brought it up where it's supposed to be, and we didn't have to move it at all. And so now to set it back to where it's supposed to be, instead of the red and fat, we're going to go to this command that I've got. It's on my standard toolbar. It looks like a little paintbrush. It's also on the edit menu called match properties. And so I do that. I'm going to pick the blue one because that's where it needs to, that's my source symbology. And now what do I want to change to match that? I pick the red one. And so now it's back matching what that's supposed to mean. So that fixed that one. Now you may have also noticed if you zoom in here, oh, there's a right-of-way line, but look at it. When you're looking at it at this level, you don't notice that line type. So there's all kinds of things going on that have to deal with that scaling, and none of that line, that line type doesn't matter, but those are just some clues that can give away a couple of things. Now, and there's also this up here, which may or may not be significant. We don't know or don't really care. But one of the things I also notice, the little UCS icon is not showing. And that may or may not matter. It doesn't have to show. But if you have it on, there's a couple of things that can tell you. Let's turn it on. And now I've turned it back on, so now I see it. And so if I see that little square at the origin, that tells me that I'm in world coordinates, excuse me, or in the world coordinate system. Now, I may not be anywhere, um, standard because of these unit issues that I've got going on. They may not match anything because I'm in architectural. But if I take a look at my settings, so I go to my settings menu and I look at my drawing setup, and I see that, okay, well, this is set to be a 1 inch equals 20 feet and all that kind of stuff. Now, I set this up. I didn't know exactly where this is. I just made the assumption it's somewhere in Oregon. I just picked this Oregon North when I was looking at this last night. And that doesn't really do much for me. I was looking to see about bringing in some aerial imagery, but um, it's on whatever coordinate system it's on. But anyway, but I also see that, I'm at that I'm at this architectural units kind of thing. Now, if I were to do this, I'm going to go back to my units. I'm going to go to settings, my units control, and instead of architectural, what we as engineers work with, you might see this and be tempted to use engineering, but engineering also uses feet and inches, if you see the little example there. But instead of using like half inch, quarter inch, eighth, and 16th, it uses decimal inches. So that's not necessarily, that's not really putting it into what we're used to using as engineers and surveyors and contractors. We want to be in decimal. Okay. And then I'm going to turn the display precision down to just 2 decimal places. So that's going to be the units that I want, but watch what happens when I do that. If I say, okay, and now I'm going to measure that, this right-of-way distance again. So I'm going to go from there to the perpendicular to this one. And I see that that's down here below. Remember, I told you it was 720 feet. Well, it's not 720 feet, it's 720 inches. So I would need to then take all of this stuff here and scale it by a factor of 12 to make it match what I need on the ground. Okay, so that's all something that can be handled here under this file, drawing cleanup. I can make sure that I set my user coordinate system to world coordinates. I could convert architectural inches to decimal format, and I think that would scale it for me. Let me, first of all, I'm going to close it and reopen it, just so we can show you how it will, um, how it will respond, even with that one line. Oh, looks like I matched it to the wrong line anyway. It should have matched to that line. It was a property line. All right. So now if I go, and remember now that's got that weird non-zero, okay? So I would go straight to, probably the first thing would be to turn on my UCS icon and say, okay, well, I'm in world coordinates. That's okay. So then I'm going to go to File, Drawing, Cleanup, and I will say to convert these architectural units. Might as well get rid of any empty layers, uh, any unused blocks and line types, any, well, I don't need any registered applications. It's not that there's going to be any there. Line works, all these duplicates. Let's see, join line work with same endpoints. Don't necessarily need to do that yet. Splines, multi-lines, and regions, we'll convert those to polylines, convert lines, arcs, it's solids into polylines. So again, I'm going to take everything that was a line and turn it into a polyline just because I can work with those easier. I can then, let's see, I don't have any Civil 3D stuff in here, so I don't need to worry about that. Convert entity with extrusion to world coordinates. I'm going to turn that on. Probably nothing in here like that, but sometimes architectural plans will include extruded elements. Any invisible entities, make them visible. I'll get rid of any blank text, and we'll get rid of any hatching. I will remove zero and fragmentary lines of 100th or shorter. And then, let's see, right here, if I set this elevation range to 0, watch what happens again. Remember I said hit that scan the drawing button, and look at what I have as my minimum and maximum elevations. I've got negative 67,000, and I've got a positive 58,000. So I have no idea what those elements are really supposed to be. Okay. And they could be a factor of 12 too high. I don't know. So I'll uncheck that one for right now. But I did be able to read it and I see that it's got some goofy elevation. And the reason I'm going to uncheck that is because you would normally bring this file into your like survey or engineering base mapping file. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Losing my voice. So I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, it's going to process around. And when it finishes, it's going to tell us what it did. So it converted from architectural inches to decimal feet. It had none of these, but it converted 3,287 of these entities into polylines. Everything else 0, 0, 0, 2 0 links and fragmentaries, and 3 duplicate line works. And okay, that's grand. Now let's see. Now you can start to see the line styles anyway. They're showing up at their appropriate scale. Let's measure the distance and see if it took care of scaling for us. So I'm going to measure that across there again. Go perpendicular to that, and I see that's now 59.9997. So yeah, that's the 60-foot right of way that I would be expecting. Um, Up here's another uh, line up here that's I see it's a length of 60 feet. So that's, at some point they're probably not parallel lines. And let's look at this guy again, and I see, well, remember, it was a line and it had a 0 elevation here, and it had this negative weird number down here. So it converted it into a 3D polyline, which has, if I click in the vertex box, and if I start toggling here, it's going to step through the vertices. So that vertex, I look in properties, and it has a Z value of 0, and there's a Z value of negative 67,746, blah, blah, blah. So, um, so it didn't, you remember, I did not change the elevation yet. And I happen to know that that one can go to just 0. I would be, because these look like these are property lines and things that should just be drawn on the 0 elevation. So I'll go to that second vertex and I'll change that elevation value to 0, or, and so now if you see I'm doing that like that, everything stays 0. So that's one way of doing it. However, let me undo that. So that makes that become it's still a 3D polyline, but it just happens to have vertices at the same elevation. But if I want that to be, instead of a 3D polyline, I want it to be a 2D polyline, or just a regular polyline. And you notice one of the differences here is you get the grips on the ends and you get that midpoint grip. That tells you visually that that's a 2D polyline, whereas if you click this other one, you see it's only got the endpoint grips. And so and I also look up my properties if it's selected, and that's a 3D polyline. But I want it to just be a 2D polyline at 0 elevation. So you can either, like I said, change that elevation, set it to 0, but it stays being a 3D polyline. Or you can go to the edit menu and you can say 3D entity to 2D. So that changes a 3D arc liner polyline to a 2D liner polyline. So I'll choose that. And it gives me a couple of options down here on the command line. It says select / enter elevation. So you can just type a number, in which case we would just type 0 and hit enter. Or here's another little option to do. It's a toggle. You can either S to select or E to enter elevation, or you can, click on them with the mouse. But if I type S to switch it, now you see the enter becomes the other option, and select text or line work of elevation is the part that's in brackets, in those angle brackets. And so that is going to be what happens because it's in angles if I were to just hit enter. But it lets you, when you do that, it's a nice way to start elevating things in your drawing. is it lets you to select something else that you want to match the same elevation of. So in which case, this line over here was at 0, this line's at 0. So if I just pick that line, that right-of-way line, you see what it did? It changed it right here. It said line work elevation was 0. So that changed it to 0. Then I finished my command. It can also, if we take text, if we run that command, when you type select and it says pick text or line work, I'm trying to find some text with number in it. There we go. So if I repeat that 3D to 2D, I'm going to enter or select text or line work. So if I select this text right here, see what it did? It said text value 1 because it read that 1. If I were to like text or line work of elevation, I don't think it read. Yeah, see, it reads the 1/8. I'm trying to find another number. Ah, here we go. If we were to repeat that 3D to 2D, and it said now select the text or line work of elevation. So if I select this right here, you see what it does is it actually reads that number and uses that to set the elevation. So this could be useful for, let's say you've got a building plan, a little subdivision plan, you got a lot of finished floor elevations for your building pads. You can set all of them based on just clicking on those pieces of text. All right, so anyway, just a couple of things to show you some tools that go around. Now, let's address this elevation issue. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to hold the shift key and what happened? Oh, I must not have converted it yet. All right. Um, so I'm going to fix that elevation wise. So I'm going to go to edit 3D to 2D, select or text the line work of the elevation. So I'm going to select that 0. Now to select the ones I want to change, I'm going to select that guy. I'm through selecting, so I just hit enter, and now that one's been resolved. So I'm going to hold the shift key and press this up, and I'm going to see that, well, okay, most of that stuff I did down here was either at 0 or something below it. Looks like there's my 0 plane, but I also saw that I've got something way up here, okay? So here I've got these, and if I just select, now notice it's a 2D polyline, that's fine, but look at the elevation, 58,450. All right, so I don't think, this is not a little building up in the Himalayas. I think there's something wrong with that elevation. And in fact, unless we knew what it was, and if I look at this edge on, I have a suspicion that, okay, so I clicked this box over here to front. So I'm looking at everything edge on. It looks like everything here down at 0 is, or at least is very close to all lying in the same plane. So that's good. But I zoom out and I see that stuff that's way up high. And my suspicion is that it is all also in the same plane, but should just be brought down to 0. So yeah, that's that's what it is. So all of these things need to have 0 elevations. So I could, instead of trying to, move these or doing all that kind of stuff, I'm just going to stay working here in the front view so you can see the two little um, groups. And I'm going to go back to my drawing, clean up, and I'll hit clear to get everything out of there. And then I'm going to say, set elevations outside range to 0. I'll scan my drawing again, and I see I've got this number 58,450 that shows up. Now that should not have shown up in minimum, but So let's say if it's outside the range of, let's just call this, say 40,000 to 50,000. Now, so we had this area up here at 58,000. So we're giving it a range of 40 to 50. I don't know what it's supposed to be. That's still nowhere close to the site. But if I hit OK, you'll see that took all that and you saw it visually and it pulled everything down. So it made everything 0. Now I'm going to go back to my top view. So I'm going to click on that little diamond that points to the top. And now everything has been set down to 0. It's all flat and planar. And that's sort of the first step that I would take in trying to resolve that issue. So I look at it again, edge on, I hit the front and I see everything's all nicely there in a single plan that's flat view. Okay, so let's take a look, I'm going to go from there to the next, to the other file and show you some things. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the save button for this one, because it may be that they're unable to apply lat long datum shift. Huh. I must have hit the wrong, if I hit the wrong button or not, but I'll go back and save it again. So I was looking for a datum shift. Failed to retrieve grid shift information for Oregon North. Okay, I see. So that's fine. It wasn't able to, based on these coordinates, that just tells me, in fact, if I look at those coordinates, I'm at an X coordinate of 820,000, but I'm at a Y coordinate of a negative 1.35 million. So these are, vastly arbitrary. Unless, Ryan, do you have, this is East Central Idaho. Okay, so instead of Oregon, let's try that. So if I go to settings, drawing setup, down here where it says define projection, I'm not in Oregon. So I'm going to choose that define. I don't have Idaho added into my list of favorites. I'll go ahead and just choose add predefined. And I'm going to choose this USA region, and I'm going to search for ID for Idaho, maybe IDA. There we go. So there's Idaho Central. Or the NAD 83, and that's North American Datum of 1983, and the 1986 vertical adjustment, or the 2011, or the Harn, and they're real close to being all the same, so I don't know which is what, but even if we said, whatever this is, so I'm going to put it to Central Idaho. Now, when I do that, and I look at this, but look at my coordinates, they're still in these weird negative uh, Y values. So just because I declared the coordinate system to be in Central Idaho, these things are still out some kind of completely El random O, if you'll pardon my bastardized Spanish, um, some kind of random placement. So that may not help us any. So we're going to go and take a look at the other file. But in any case, we saved what we got done here. We'll leave that and just leave it open. And now I'm going to go and open this other file, the one with the longer file name. Okay. Now, this is going to be where the engineers, it says to use a geolocation map and internet connection is required, allow connection. Yeah, I'll allow it if we need it. Now, we've got basically, I can see this same thing. I see that we had, this little piece. If you look right in here, you see there's that little piece. So, here's some things that happen. This is a point number 1000 with the elevation of 48,68,667, and it's a capped rebar, it looks like. But if I click on that, I see the whole thing is a block. It's not, it's not that point, it's not that line. The whole thing highlights, and it tells me that's a block, and that's a block that's called 24-520 MOB plat. And if I look at that, maybe just to see, I'm going to copy, and I'm going to just start to drag it. So there's a file that has been put into this base mapping file, and it's been brought in as a full block. Okay, but to get access to it, I need to explode that block, or if there were some XREFs, external references, and that's probably how this got brought in. It was externally referenced, and then somebody may have uh, pulled it from this list and said bind, and they bound it as a block instead of just exploding it into the drawing, or when they import it, to import it instead of binding it. None of that matters. It's all changeable. It can all be done. Now, so we'll get to that in a minute. But one of the first things that I said I always do when I get into these is I do notice my units are, at least positive, and I don't see feet and inches. So I'm going to assume they're okay, but I'm going to do a shift and a press and hold, and look what happens. All right. That's what I was talking about, that is going to be really helpful to show, because this is very common. If I roll this thing up, I see I've got something way up here that is at some elevation. Let's see what that elevation happens to be. If I select it, and I see it is a block, but let's go to the ID. Let's go to inquiry, and we're going to do a drawing inspector on and off. And let's right click and make sure with our options dialog that we're looking at the elevation. All right. And so now if I hover the mouse over that, okay, because it's a block, it's giving me these problems. All right, so let's right click and turn drawing inspector off. We'd have to explode that first. So, all right, before that, then let's go to inquiry and choose point ID, and just click on a point up there. And I see that has down here on my command line now an elevation of 9,738. Okay, so probably way too high. The one that we saw in the corner of the plat, which was right up in there somewhere, but I don't see it. It might have just been down at 0, just as a label. But anyway, don't see it. If I select this one, I see that's also that plat 24,520. So you can see what's happened here is, let's go ahead and select that, one of these. If I select that and I'm looking over here in my properties, I see it's a block reference. I'm going to explode that so I can get down to its geometry. So I'm going to select it, and then either right click the mouse and choose explode, or choose that from the modify toolbar. So I'll choose explode, and now when I click, I see that's actually a line, and it goes from a start elevation of 4870.9057 to 0. So that's possibly should be the same elevation. I don't know. I don't know where that is and where it's supposed to be. All right, so we'll take a look at that. If I look over here now, if I click, let's click one of these contour lines. I click that and I say, oh, well, there's a block too, a block also. So with that one selected, I'm going to right click and explode that one. So I'm going to explode all of these blocks. Now I'm not going to explode these symbol blocks. I'm going to keep them as blocks. But I now have, if I click this line, I see it's now a polyline, and it's on a layer called C Topo Minor Proposed. So those are proposed contours, and it has an elevation of 4868. I'll click over here. I see that's at 4869. All right, so therefore, those contours look pretty good. It looks like, all of like these lines either need to go, either these ends need to come down here to 0, or these bottom ends need to come up to something up here if I need it to be 3D. All right, I just don't know yet. Okay. I can tell you what's happened though is that something has, some snapping has gone wrong. It looks like that, uh, when somebody's drawing this, they're drawing it as lines. So somebody has snapped to the corner of this. Let's see what that line is. That's a right-of-way line. So that's probably should still be a 0. So if I take this as a line, I might say a 3D to a 2D. I'm going to select, I'm going to type E to just enter, keep 0. Now I'll select this. And now you see that laid down where it's supposed to be. It's still a line, okay, but I would at some point want to turn it into a polyline. Now, if I look at a couple of things here, I can see right now, whatever this feature is and this feature, looks like they're probably trying to be part of this. So, and I don't know what that might be. Okay, but that is something that goes way down here and has some kind of a negative 440.1462, 431, 6471. So it has probably, who knows what caused it to jump down there, either a missed snap or just, I don't know, who knows. So what we're going to then start to do is let's assume that, all right, we know everything up here is our generalized site elevation, and that is like 4,800. Okay, so if we say everything outside of say 4,000 to 5,500, anything outside that range we're going to make 0. That should fix a lot of this, and just go ahead and leave it up here showing, and let's go through our drawing cleanup again. So because some of those things we want to keep at elevation, that if they're correct, and it looks like right in there is their sort of correct spot. So we're going to go to our drawing cleanup, and we're going to, first of all, let's see, I do see I am in my world coordinates because I see that little white square around the icon. I'm going to, however, let's go ahead and clean out some stuff I may not need. I saw earlier I do not have any XREF, so I don't need to worry about that one. I'm going to remove blank layers. I'm going to remove any blocks that are not used, just to clean up the file size. I remove, again, I don't know if it's got any registered applications because maybe somebody sent me this from another company that used some, excuse me, some other kind of design app. Get rid of any duplicated line work. I'm going to remove duplicate text, duplicate points, any overlapping polyline loops. I don't worry about those at the moment. And I will not join line work with the same endpoints just yet. I might do that in another step. I'm going to convert all of these things into polylines, also lines, arcs, and circles. I'm going to just turn everything into a polyline because Carlson's going to work with those entities a lot better. Okay. I have none of these other items. I'm going to check this on because remember that thing that I saw as part of that block, that label that said whatever point number and elevation. It could have been a point, but it would not be in a Carlson point format. But I'm going to turn that on just in case it is a Civil 3D or a land development desktop point feature. It will grab it. I'll also do this extrusion, invisibles to visible, blank text. I'll get rid of the hatches. I don't need the hatches. It's just for visualization. Any fragmentary line work. Reduce this at negative polyline thickness to 0. Yeah, but there probably won't be any. Now I'm going to set this elevation outside of range to 0 again. If I scan the drawing, I see it goes from negative 5,600 up to 97. 100. Oh, excuse me. Gosh, I'm sorry. So we're going to make this. We saw that 4,800 was about the proper elevation. So I'm going to say 3,000 to say 5,500. And that should give us plenty of room while still getting rid of everything outside the wrong range. Okay. And I'm going to process the entire drawing, not just a selection set. I'm going to choose OK. And you're going to see a lot of things happen here. And so it said converted, none of those converted, 233 lines, arcs, circles, ellipses, and faces into polylines. Okay, we got that. None of those other conversions. Got rid of 35 hatches, 9 blank text entities, 158 empty layers. Then it removed, and it doesn't give us a count, the unused blocks, blah, blah, blah. Removed 8 zero length or fragmentary line works. Removed 5 duplicate line work. And then 70 entities outside the range to 0. Okay, so good. Now, what happened? We still see this up here. Okay, so if I select that and I look in my properties, it says it's a block. Oh, well, darn it. So let's turn that, let's select that block because it doesn't, if I see what that is, it's a block, meaning it's a part of a larger drawing component that's all been saved together potentially. And if I look at that by going to view, let's choose this command that says show hide by selection. It's also on my layers toolbar. It's these ones that show these lights on and off. So I'm going to say isolate by selection. I just want to select that one block. And I see that, okay, that is a single unit. That and that and that is all one single unit. All right, so so I'm going to I want to take that block, I'm going to explode it again because I want to get access to all of that geometry. And now I can go back to view, show hide by selection, let's show all. All right, so now it's all back up, everything else. I'm also going to see if I have any frozen or off layers. So I'll sort by these titles. I don't see, so looks like everything is on and everything is thawed, so that's in good shape. I think saw a flicker, but that was just a flicker. Okay, so Again, continuing with that, let's go back and run our drawing cleanup one more time. Now that we've exploded that block, and we'll just leave everything set like it was. And it found some more lines and arcs and circles that made them into polylines. Got rid of 32 hatches, 50 empty layers, 93 zero length and fragmentary line work, 59 duplicate line work. So there was a lot of stuff in that. And then it set 4 entities outside range to 0. Now, let's see. And you may notice now that one that was way up here at the top has now dropped down to wherever it was supposed to be. And now it's at 0. We've got some things here. These symbols like cleanouts and sewer lids. So they're all at some elevation, which would be, I'll look at that one, is at 48,679,975. So those are okay, I think. Now, those of you who may or may not know this about AutoCAD, but you see how those symbols look like stop signs? Well, you can get rid of that by just doing a regen at this point, but there's a reason that you're seeing them like that here, and that's due to display list technology. There's a system variable called viewres, VIEWRES, which stands for the view resolution. And it asks you if you want to use fast zooms. Well, of course, we'll say yes. And it wants a curved display quality from the range of 1 to 20,000. And it is set by default now to 1,000. Now, this is a number that sticks with the drawings. It's not something you set for the system, but it sticks with the drawing. So the higher this number is, the more closely it's going to mimic circles by making the little segmented pieces smaller and smaller and smaller. Whereas if you just did a regen, it recomputes the display list at this level, at this magnification level, and things look circular. So it's just drawn with enough segmentation to look circular, because really when it gets down to displaying things, it can only display things as pixels, and they're X and Y on the screen. So in any case, so if I change this number up to 20,000, you're going to see it regenerate, and you're going to see those things turn into circles. So a lot of times, and I had this poor this poor kid in a class once down in Florida, and we're doing some subdivision design, and he kept saying, he was trying to intersect a road that was coming into another road in a T intersection, but the other road was along an arc. And, he knew it was an arc. It was, the roadway had a center line and said it was an arc definition, a curve of so many feet. And he kept trying to extend or trim, whichever direction he was working in, I don't remember, the center line of the side street into the center line of the main road. And he would do the command and it would work, but then he would, zoom into it later and it was still showing like he missed it. And so he'd have to do it again. And so, he would do it again. And what happens when he does that at that level, it regenerates the drawing. And so he kept getting frustrated and frustrated and frustrated and thought that somebody, somehow or another kept moving the end point of the line. But it was just an artifact of that circular geometry being approximated by those segmented sections. All right. So we're getting places. We've got some things now that are at elevation, and we can start to take a look at things. So if I look at this particular one, I'm going to start looking at some layer designations. So I'm going to go up to my inquiry, turn my drawing inspector on, and start looking at layers. Right now that's elevation. So I'm going to um, turn off the elevation and start looking at layer names. And I see that C topo minor proposed. All right, so that's all good. Up here's one across the road. It says V site concrete. Now, Ryan, you can help me out. I don't know what those layers might designate. What does that mean? Or do you know? Maybe that's from another outside engineering company.
Yeah, it's from an outside. Yeah, I think mostly I'm just focusing on the parking lot and elevating the curbs and all that.
Okay. All right. So here's some utility things. Here's the storm structure, and there's another one of those points, like 15,742 at elevation, whatever, catch basin, invert -310. So that could be like a point. In fact, let's see what it is. If I select it, it says it's a block reference. Okay. Now, that block reference, if I were to explode that, let's watch what happens. When I explode that block, I now get this part that was a block that was inside the block. I get this part that was also a block inside that block. So now if I explode this one, the labeling, watch what happens to that. Is that okay? It's still a block. Boy, it's multiply embedded. This is, okay, so now it's M text. All right, so it's just individual text. So a lot of times, and you may be familiar with Carlson points. So a Carlson point block would have a point number, an elevation, a description, and potentially a symbol. So that's why I was trying to look at that to see if maybe it had somehow was to be that, but it looks like not. It was something else in that original design. Uh, and then I would find that same thing here. If I select that, notice all of that gets selected as a block. All right, so not a big deal. You can safely ignore those. There's not really much to gain from those. But now, I'm hovering the mouse again. I'm still doing my um, uh, drawing inspector. And I see I've got some lines here that look like these little, uh, long dash, two short dashes. And they're on a layer called C topo major existing. And I've got the same like one over here. So that looks like an existing contour. And I've got this one here called V site concrete. Now that might just be a boundary, although it looks like it's, supposed to be maybe an area that outlines something. We can look at that a little closer in just a minute. Now, um, yeah, because see here, you've got this V site conc, and here you got C topo major existing. So it looks like maybe that was supposed to be sort of the same feature. See how they sort of follow those same guidelines. Now, a couple of things on layer names. If I get layer names with things like V dash and C dash, the typical proper convention to using those, that's comes from the National CAD standards. And the typical way of doing that is anything that starts with a V dash is typically an existing feature. So, and that comes from V, which indicates survey. Now, the reason it's not S that indicates survey is because the structural engineers got in line first ahead of the surveyors and they took the S. And so now the surveyors need something, so they got V. All right. And then the C dash layer numbers, which is what you see when I hover here, C dash topo dash major dash EXST. Well, that C indicates civil engineer, and it's usually reserved for design elements, for things on top of the V elements. But somebody put this together as a layer naming. They called it C dash topo dash major. That's my major contours. Uh, but they're existing contours. All right. So I would my own self personally designate that as a V dash topo dash major, and I don't bother with the EXST part because that indicates, because of the V designation, that it was existing. Now, there are no rules to that. That's just by convention, and there's nothing wrong with what is showing on here now. But I do need to try to figure out, and here I see this blue line, which is C topo minor proposed, and so there's a C topo major proposed. So I've got a major proposed, and over here I've got a major existing. All right, so I've got some existing versus proposed contours. All right, so far so good. I got everything I can figure out there. I'm going to look at some of this information in 3 dimensions, and I see that, yes, indeed, I've got, oops, where'd I go? Yes, indeed, I've got, those contours are sort of defining that land form. And I've got a little bit of work being done on these property lines, or I'm sorry, these building lines as individual, uh, what is it, parking lot edges, I'm sorry, as individual lines. You see, there's a line that goes up here and stops, and a line that goes up here and stops. Well, it's a 3D polyline. But I'm not sure. If you look at that right there, you see that sort of bend in the curb, right? And that may be okay, it may be what's intended, but we're going to find out. We're going to go through a couple of techniques to put those on the right elevations. So when we bring this, get this stuff, let me get back to my top view. All right, so when we start to elevate all of this stuff, we're going to be able to bring those things in exactly. All right. So now, Ryan, you can help us. It looks like, um, what is the existing, this building over here is the existing. And this one that says finished floor 4871, that's the new building, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and this parking lot is also new to be built?
Yep.
Okay. But this parking lot over here, this one's already there? Is that part of the existing?
Yeah. Yeah, that one's there, and it looks like there's a drainage swale to the right of that.
Okay, so there's where those existing contours and stuff are coming from. And there's those contours along that bank that we looked at up there earlier. Uh, so we need to be able to take our drawing and get it elevated to the proper elevation. Now, it looks like the contours were there, so we're not going to worry with them yet, but we're going to take some of this information and um, bring it in to our drawing and use it to set some things for us. We've got some poor person in a wheelchair has to have somebody else sit on their lap, it looks like here with this one. See how my engineer's eye always goes to really weird things like that. That's why I'm always the one that proofreads the plans, because I can spot a misspelling pretty quickly. But now what we really want to get to, so when we do this, are all of these little markers that are going to help us to elevate those curb lines. And you can do it a number of ways. We can do it by keeping this paper drawing open at our desk, and then as we go along the edges here, start to type in those elevations and all of that, okay? Or we can bring that PDF file into the drawing and let the computer read the text and put that in its proper place. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to start to clean up some of these layers and get some clutter out of the way. All right, so let's well, first of all, we've managed to get our elevations under control. We've got those goofy long things that were way down low and way up high. We've got those figured out and situated. We've got some individual polylines we might want to put back. So, but the first thing I want to do is I want to start to turn off some layers, making sure we're not going to turn off things that have other things on them. So I'm going to go through this layer walk. I'm going to go to inquiry. Well, first of all, I'm going to right click and turn off my drawing inspector. And then I'm going to go to my inquiry and I'm going to choose layer, not layer walk, but layer inspector. Okay, and so that's going to take the drawing. I'm going to put me up here and show me I've got a, looks like you've built a surface out of here once upon a time. This one called audit bad layer. And it's got, it says 4 things on it. Because that might just be left over from something. I don't see those things. Well, that's okay. We can leave it alone. But let's see what all's on layer 0. I've got 62 things. Looks like some of the landscaping appears. Not exactly sure what those are. We can find that out maybe later in context. Let's see if we don't isolate. Those looked like, see, let's unzoom. And then let's toggle the isolate. If we isolate, just got layer 0. Okay, up here it is. Now let's unisolate. Not sure exactly what those are. Maybe parts of the road itself or something. Not real sure. I don't, it's this line that goes like this, that little ziggy-zaggy line. So it may be something that was originally some type of a boundary or so. All right, so I don't think it's anything we need to worry about using at this point. Now here's a demolition layer. I'll turn the zoom on. But there's nothing on that layer. There's 0 counts. There's the HE logo. Well, there's no real need to look at their logo. ANO screen, let's look at the A building. And I'm going to select that layer. And I'm going to scroll down here and find the last A building layer. And I'm going to hold the shift key down and click it. So now I've got all of those layers selected. Okay, you see there? And so now Ah, I didn't see anything in the drawing, and I look here, my entity count is 0, so yeah, okay. So they should have gotten rid of those empty layers earlier, but didn't. All right, so a building, it's because it's looked like because it was nested in a block definition, but not sure. Let's see. All right, so proposed line, nothing on site parking. I see these, there's nothing individually on that. A U-Haul miscellaneous, I've got 81 items on that layer. I don't see them though. I don't know what they would be. All right, so what I'm trying to get a sense of is which of these layers I can turn on and off, and I'm not getting a lot of cooperation out of this thing. It's sort of being sluggish. See, anno, that's my annotation on my civil layer. There's my C buildings. Let's see if I can get, all right, there we go. It's looking better. And now's my door, C building door. I don't really need the doors. But I see where my building is. That's my proposed building. And doors off. And I look at my C concrete. And is there anything on? Doesn't look to be. That C concrete layer, that could just be an included layer. Now, the concrete curb proposed, that should be something. So that should come up around the parking lot. And then I've got, so here's some other layers. See contours, I see that as another layer again. Um, see concrete curb proposed. I'm not seeing. Must be somewhere. Don't know. There's concrete. There's concrete curb proposed. Okay, so there's nothing on that layer. But concrete has 104 things on it. See, here's what I was looking to find out. You see these red lines? Those are all on this layer called C-dash concrete, and that's fine. They just have a different color. But what we get complacent with is we start to think that something is on a different layer if it has a different color, just because that is the uh, traditional way that we used it. So, but that's going to be where we're going to do most of our work, is with that C concrete line work. Now here's a layer called C contours, and it looks like they are sort of, yeah. what might those be, Ryan? These contour lines? Are those just landscape areas or let me see, maybe
Yeah, looking at the plan, it looks like it's future
uh,
drainage swales.
maybe it's a retention pond or something kind of thing. All right. So that's all part and parcel of what we're looking to do. Um, and I think those are going to be elevated. So now what we're going to need to do is take all of this, how we build this as a surface. We need to elevate these edges and not just sort of type in some elevations, but we've got, I'm going to go ahead and exit this. I've got a sense of what I'm looking at now. But when this comes back, um, we've got twice. All right. So we've got you see these like these curb cut, these ADA ramps and things like that. Well, we can set that geometry, but we've got this information right here that can help us set that. We know what these elevations are along the edges. Now, there's nothing that really gives us the elevations back here, but we can figure those out from having set this top of sidewalk elevation here, and then, what it is here, and then set our grades down. You got a negative 2.98% across the parking lot there. So we can come up with, what that geometry is supposed to be. Now, it looked like those red areas might be these little designators, except they were, let's see, what is this? Um, paint. Okay, so that's a crosswalk there. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. And that's also on let's see, what layer? There's two things there. One's on C concrete and one's on a layer C paints. Right, no big deal. I think we can safely get rid of it. So let's clean up our view a little bit. We're going to turn off our contours for now. I think they are all relatively okay. In fact, I'm going to isolate them first. So I'm going to go to view, isolate uh, layer, if I can find it right there. And I'm going to select some of these contours. Don't know that I've got them all, but maybe. And we isolate those. That's what everything looks like. So the blues are the proposed, the grays are the existing, and it looks fine. Looks like they are where they are probably going to go. You could check the tie-in points and all that. So at this stage, we're going to assume they're correct. I'm going to go back to my top view. I will now restore my layers from the view, restore layers. And now I'm going to freeze those layers. So I'm going to freeze by pick, and I'm going to find those contours and just pick, uh, one at a time. I'm not going to pick these yet. I think that's a different layer that I might need. Let's see. This is C contours, okay. Is it at elevation? It is not. I see up here elevation 0, so that's something I need to edit. Now this is on a layer called V-Site Concrete. Do we know what that is? All right. What is this feature, Ryan? Do you know? Can you give us some guidance on that?
I can't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so so this I'm seeing this is a layer called V brake line toe, and this is a layer called V site concrete. So in fact, if I isolated the layers again, I'm going to isolate that concrete layer, and I'm going to just pick the one of these building layers just to give us some context. All right, so there's the building, and then so I selected this, and it's on a layer called V site concrete. Well, then so is this on V site concrete. Well, I think that's actually a contour layer. So that's very possibly drawn on the wrong layer. Up here's these edges of the roadway. Also V-site concrete, probably okay. So interesting. Let's see, what's this? V-site concrete. All right. All right, so these are now V-site concrete. It's also V-site concrete. And some are elevated, some are not. Uh, if I restore layers, let me see if I've also got those. So if I freeze, let's see. If I freeze that layer, watch what happens. If I freeze the V-site concrete, yeah, see everything goes. Well, that's all right. I think I'm going to turn off those. This one is the brake line toe. I'll go ahead and freeze that as well. And see here, that's what I was looking at. This is, oh, this is a block reference in this layer, C topo major existing. So I'm going to select that and explode that one also. Now we've got C topo major exist. This is the proposed right of way. Okay, that's fine. All right, so C landscape hatch, I can freeze that one. I'm just getting rid of some of these layers that I'm not going to need. Now I'm going to need those contour layers back at some point, to help me do the modeling. But now what do I have here? I've got the road concrete, and I've got these little segments. Anything you can tell me about this roadway at all? Ryan, is that
That exists. Yeah. So the parking lot, the existing building, and the road are already all in. It kind of seems like they were topoing some of the concrete for the V topo layer, and then also just added in their contour layer of existing.
yeah, it looks like they forgot to switch layers is actually what looks to me more like that they were doing something on the concrete and then kept doing it as the
Yeah,
like,
existing contours that are out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, um so the first thing then is if those things would come in is if I select this outer line here, I see that's a 2D polyline. It has 0 elevation. So that's probably just a, you know, a concrete little apron around the edges of that roadway or something. Don't know exactly what it is. But we don't have any elevation information for that, at least in this. Yeah, see, that's that C1. All right, so how do we start to get that information up there? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in this file and see what's going to be my best sheet. I'm going to bring in that's got most of my elevations on it, so I'll use that one. Okay, yeah, so we can use this for our details. Anything I need out of that? Not really. All right, looks like that is the file I want to bring in. So what I'm going to do though, first of all, is instead of bringing it into our directly into our file first, I'm going to make a CAD file out of this file, and I'm going to do it in a separate file, and then I will reference it into our file so we can use it to read those elevations. Okay. So I'm going to get a sense of a couple of things here. I'm going to look down here at my scale. I see, okay, I'm at a 20-foot scale. So it is entirely likely that the engineers, you know, created this PDF, that it is a vector PDF. So we're going to look at that. See, what is their page number? We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So page number 5 out of this file will be where we want to bring in. So we're going to do that into a new file here. So I'm going to go to my file menu, and I'm going to choose new. And actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to cancel that. To keep some of the things that this are already there, I'm going to do a file save as. And I'm going to keep everything that's in this, and I'm going to call this one my PDF import CAD data. All right, so now with that being done, I'm going to turn all my layers on and thaw all my layers. And I'm going to type the command erase. It asks me to select entities. I'm going to type ALL, hit enter, and hit enter. I've now got a blank empty drawing, but I've got layers and line types and scale, and my coordinate system and all that kind of stuff is set. So now if I want to bring in fact, I'm going to go back now. Let's see. This was that original architectural plan, which I don't need any further. I'm going to close that one off. But I'm also going to go back and open up the one I just had open. So I'm going to go to my file menu, and I'm going to come down here and choose it from my list of recent files. So I'm going to have it there handy side by side so I can go back and forth between the two. Up here at my tabs, I've got I'm gonna put that tab there. All right. So now, oh, one thing I wanted to check too. Still got a block that didn't get exploded. Maybe maybe we won't need to. Is this the? I'm a little confused at the moment. Did I? Well, what happened? Did I not save all that work we did? Oh, me, let's see. Uh, I guess I didn't. All right. I'll fix that in a minute. Um, but we're a little bit past our break time. Let's go ahead and put a bookmark in it and take our morning break. We'll come back at the top of the hour. We'll get a little 10-minute break in here. And in the meantime, I'll um, I'll try to catch this back up to where we had it before with these elevations and these block explosions. I don't know what happened, why that didn't save, but anyway. Um, so these are just some of the pitfalls that we typically see, but we'll discuss this and I'll show you how we're going to use this PDF to start to elevate our elements and then build our surface from that. Okay, so when we come back. So let's come back at 11. Let's anybody have any questions on anything so far? I know it's a little foreign, but this is part of that investigative process. But all right, everybody okay?
I'm
Yes,
good.
good.
All right, so let's and we'll I got everything back to where we left it and then turned off some layers and at this point saved the drawing. So now we're going to go into this new file. We did a save as and cleared everything out. This is called PDF import. So we're going to use this to import the PDF drawing. We don't know exactly where it's going to go, but we'll use it to let's see how the chat going on. Sorry about this. Oh, okay, Josh. I missed your chat earlier. You said at 10:30 you need to be out for a quick meeting. That's fine.
Yep, no worries.
You can, yeah, just pop out and if when you need to do that kind of stuff, that's fine. Sorry, I didn't see the chat come in. All right. So let's see. What did, that's fine. Okay, that cleared it. Now, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring that file in and get it converted into stuff, and then we're going to reference it into our base map and line it up so that we can then use it to find out where those labels are that have the text and use it to elevate our line work accordingly. And then we'll make little tweaks when and where we need to, okay? So first thing to do is to bring in this PDF, and there's several ways of doing that. If you have the construction module or the takeoff program, which you probably don't, I'm guessing. Let's stick with civil since this is our civil class, and there's a way of doing that in civil as well. And you just go to the file menu and you've got an import, and although PDFs are not listed here, if you just use standard import, it's going to pop up and you've got a list down here in the bottom of the types of drawings that you can bring in. And right down here, portable document format, PDF. So we're going to look for a PDF. Now right there is our PDF file. And we are going to be looking for page number 5 is the one we want. You can bring in multiples if you want, but I'm going to bring in, so it's going to read the file and it's going to let me choose which sheets we may want to bring in. So right now I'm just going to bring in this one, and you've got some things that you can take over here, and I'm going to not specify an insertion point. I'm just going to let it come in at at 0, 0. We could give it a scale. Now, remember, I showed you that scale on the PDF down here, 1 inch equals 20 feet. So it's likely that it's going to be a 20. But right now, we're just going to bring it in at a one-time scale. And that's probably going to bring it in as the size of the paper. And then we'll need to scale it up to match. And I'll show you some tricks on that. All right, so then what are we going to import from the PDF? We want to bring in our vector geometry. I'm not going to bring in any of these fills. True type text, we'll bring it in if it is using true text. We'll see. We may have to do some conversion later. If it is a raster-based PDF, which I don't think it is. It looks like it was created from the CAD system, so it should be okay. Import options here, we're going to join up lines and arc segments, convert 2D solids into hatches. I don't think there are any, but that'll be fine. Apply line weight, use 2D geometry optimization. That means it's going to strip out unnecessary points and things like that. None of those we need to worry about. We can use the PDF layers. So if this file is layer based, which it might be, it can bring those in. If not, it's all going to come in on the current layer. And then any text, we don't have any type 3 text, probably not. We'll just leave, we'll go ahead and check that in case there is any. And so that should be good to go. We'll say okay. It's going to read the file. You'll see a progress bar at the bottom on the status line. So as that comes in, and once it comes in, we'll check the size on things and see about scaling it if we need to. All right, so it looks like it's done. I'm going to double click the wheel on the mouse, and there is our drawing. That's our PDF file. But if you notice, it's if I click on this, it is a true, see, that's a polyline. So it brought everything in. Notice things like ovals. I'm gonna keep that at 20,000. Yeah, that's good. And see here, this was this little symbol here, and I'm not real interested in those symbols. I don't care. But here's what I'm interested in are these things right here. And let's see if that came in as text. It sure did. M text. And the content of that text is, I see that text, if I go to edit it, it is 4870.01. This other stuff you see in this content field, this slash W1.0, those are some stylistic things that are set up here, like the width factor is at 1.0000996, so it's just a slight stretch on the width kind of thing. So no big deal. We get their text like we need it, and then we're going to use these lines and arrows to indicate where those elevations are supposed to be, and they're going to be set. Okay, so we're going to clean out some of these things that we don't really need. Like we don't need this. You see, it's converted that layer there. It's converted all that stuff, those original solids and blocks. It's turned it into, some line work, which we don't need. And it appear like that's an individual line. So we're going to do a little cleanup here. We don't really need much going on over there on the title block, but let's come down here now and we will, let's see, what do we have here? We've got polyline, polyline. All right, so let's read, or let's do a measurement and see what we've got. So I'm going to measure my standard distance. Now this is on my inquiry toolbar, which I have up here at the top. It's a standard distance, or I can go to inquiry and just choose standard distance. I'm going to go from this little 0 marker. And if I go out here, that should read 40 feet. And if I click it, I see, all right, that's 2 inches. So that tells me that, this is 1 inch equals 20 feet. So I go across there and it read 2 inches. So that tells me that all of this stuff, if we had brought this in at a scale of 20, would have been exactly right. So we're just, instead of repeating that, we're going to just scale all of this stuff. And it's just a standard CAD scale. So we're going to go to Edit, Scale, Standard Scale. And it wants us to pick what we're going to scale. So we're going to select everything here. We'll finish our selection set. Now it wants to know a base point. So I'm just going to pick any point and I'll just go from that corner. And now it wants to know a scale factor, or we could do it by reference if we had to match something, but we know that it's going to be 20. So we're going to scale it up 20 times. So off it goes. I'll now do another zoom extents, and I'm going to come back in here and double check my distance to make sure. So I go from 0 to 40, and that reads 40. So that part worked nicely. And so now when we measure the actual building, for instance, we can get the, if we, let's isolate that for just a minute. It must be the building, I think. All right, so there's a building. And if you were to, do some, put in some dimensions, you can see that it's, and that should line up with the architectural plans. So these are, pretty exact. It's a nice little, scaling and conversion. It's all exact. So we're in good shape there. I'll now come back to showing everything. So I went to that show everything back. So now let's isolate some layers and see if we can't get some things out of here. Now these are all of those, and I had this layer is called what? PDF C asphalt hatch. So I think we can get rid of all of that. So I'm just going to select it and delete it. We'll now restore layers instead of isolating. So now we've gotten rid of that, and yet we've kept the curb lines. That's what I want to make sure we're going to keep. So now let's isolate again. I'm going to isolate layers, and I'm going to pick part of this grass here. Isolate the layer. And that's that. I can get rid of all of that now. That was my landscape hatch layer. And I'll now restore the layers. Now notice I can't just get rid of the hatches because when I brought the PDF in, it didn't bring this in as a hatch. It brought it in as individual lines from the PDF. So what I'm doing is, and thankfully they had it layerized, so I can now isolate these and just get rid of all this extra line work that is sort of getting in my way. I'll now select that and delete it, restore that layer. And here's another one. If I isolate that layer, again, some more hatching. Restore. And we're getting close to it. Let's see if we can get rid of these symbols here. They may be on a layer that we need some of the line work on, but we're going to find that out here real quick. And it's called a site parking, and okay, it's just the symbols. Then we'll get rid of those. Restore. Let's get rid of these utility lines for a minute. So I'm going to isolate those. I don't really need. What's a GB, Ryan? Is that a utility?
That's a good question.
Let's see,
I don't
it's
know. No, is it a grade break? Is it?
could be.
Because I guess ADA parking spots have to be flat.
Maybe.
Kind of looks like a contour line lines up with it, at least for part of it.
Yeah, so if I have I look over here and see what this that's yeah, grade break. See C dash grade break. So let's maybe leave those and let's just isolate what we know, the sanitary, the gas, and I think we had the water line. And we had a storm line over here too. Now we could, we could bring all this stuff back in later when we're working on the utilities part, but we're gonna save that for another effort. I'll restore that. Now I've gotten rid of some of that. I've got these contours. So I'm going to isolate. I've got one there and one there. Let's see if the labels were, yep, the labels were there. So that's there. It looks like our existing contours. And if you notice, like if I select that contour line, see it has a 0 elevation. So we would have to raise that up if we were doing that. But I think our contour lines are successfully brought in our drawing over here. So we're not going to worry about bringing those. We just want to use that to elevate our line work. So I'm just going to use this to get rid of some of this extraneous stuff and see what we may or may not need. Looks like this up here is, that's another one. If we isolate those, there's the rest of those contours. Now, it could be that, maybe the contour lines that are brought into our already existing lines, they may not be correct, but we would use this to bring this in unless, did this drawing file that we are working on here, did this come from the engineers also?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Okay, so they gave us everything that we were looking at. The only thing we really are needing to do is to bring in the elevation information for these lines here, because these are just drawn 2D polylines down at 0 elevation. So we need the information that we're going to get out of this file to bring in the elevations that we need. We got the finished floor for the building. We've got, the parking lot elevations, that sort of stuff. So right now we're just going to do a little cleanup to get some things out of the way. Let's see if we can get rid of that and maybe some of that. And maybe this building hatch. Let's see. Nope, that's going to be on C building. We probably need to keep that for this other one as well. Yeah, we'll need that. So we're not going to do that one. Let's isolate that. And here's a dimension that we probably don't need. I'll leave that on for the minute. Let's get rid of this if it's separate. And maybe, say, a landscape. Let's see what that, if that's, and then there's a finished floor. So we want to keep these, at least that. So if I'm going to erase everything except this guy right here. So if I erase and it asks me to select objects, I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to type R, remove from my selection set this. And actually, I'll get rid of that little diagonal line while I'm at it. Oh, I see what I did. All right. So if I look at this and I see that that is a closed polyline, now what I'm going to do is a little trick here. I'm going to get rid of this little hypotenuse line and I'm going to square that edge off. Okay, and I'm going to do that with this technique. I'm going to come up here and remove polyline segment. All right, so now I've got this as a polyline. This is a polyline. So I'm going to join nearest. And I'll take this back to just a 10th. I'm now going to pick these two lines. That's now a polyline. And now there's several ways you can do that. You can mirror that around the diagonal and join them up. But there's a little trick. If you have survey, you can go to the survey menu and choose four-sided building. And it wants to know a coordinate file, just to assign it. And I'll select that, and that now has become a closed polyline. So something totally unnecessary to do, but that puts us as a nice little frame. Go back to civil, and if you don't happen to have uh, survey, you could just draw that around there itself. All right, so now back to this. Let's see what this guy is. That's called storm areas. So I'm going to just erase that whole layer. I'm going to erase by layer, select from the screen, and that's now gone. Now, what is this? This is on layer 0. Let's see what all is on layer 0 by isolating it and get a bunch of stuff there. I get some things here, which I don't know what those may or may not be. Let's unisolate and see. Those would be things like that in there. Don't know exactly what that is. All right. So let's isolate. This looks like another hatch layer, maybe. Let's see what it does. Those are like designated concrete areas. If I look at my PDF, those would be those little gray shaded areas there. I may need that. I may need to see if I need this outline to set that path. So let's see about keeping that. If I unisolate that, and now if I select here, I see that I've got a polyline, a white one. Aha, there we go. See, I've got the outlines are on a separate layer, so that's good. So if I now just look at the hatches, so if I isolate just the hatch layer, that's going to be all of that stuff that I can get rid of, and then I'll keep the um, I'll keep the outline. So there's that outline is still there, so that's good. All right, so far so good. Everything else is there. These lines, PC-building, are also, I think, the same C-building. Yeah, so I could get rid of those. I'll just leave them there. They're not going to be too much in the way. Or I could do something like this. If I isolate the building layer, now if I erase, I'm going to erase, select objects. I'm going to just grab the main part of the building, and then I'll save out these little columns or whatever they are, and also this building footprint. Right. Restore that, and you have to clear that up a little bit. All right, so now we're in good shape. What do we have here? Let's erase by layer and select from the screen, and let's get those which are C-storm structure. Okay. So far, so good. Now, what we are going to want to do, let me see, whatever, that's PC animals. Keep that because it's probably the same layer as that. And it's topo text. So if I isolate this, what do I get? I get a dimension, I get some signage, some storm areas. All right, I think we can get rid of all that. Restore. All right, so far so good. We could get rid of some of this title block information over here, but we'll just leave it on. It's not where we're working, so we're in good shape. What do we have here is our PDF contours. Again, we'll just erase that entire layer. I'll hit clear, select, and I'll get that PDF contours. So they're now gone. Now what layer is this on? MOB survey base. That's the brake line toe. I can get rid of that layer. Okay, we're getting places here. Let's see, what do we got here? This is all B-site retaining wall. Yeah, we'll leave that on for the moment. It's not a big deal. So, excuse me. We've got what we need. We could get rid of a lot of this stuff up here. So really the only thing that we want are the parking lot edges. So I'm going to select a label and these edges. I'm going to isolate that. I'm going to isolate the building layer. This finished floor label. And I'm going to come over here and grab this stuff so I can use it to line things up with my drawing. And let's see if that gives me what I need. Yeah, I see some of these things like up here, I've got this break line FL. Let's see if I isolate, let me restore. Nope, let me keep that isolated. Now let me isolate this. And well, that keeps. All right, so I'm going to erase all of this, but I'm going to come back up here and R to remove this parking lot outline. And let's see, what else might I want to use? Keep. Some of these that I can use. Let's save that as well. All right, now that gives me some things that I can hang on to. I don't need this stuff here necessarily. Let me see. Yeah, we're doing some grading out there, it looks like, or maybe that's all right. So we'll leave that stuff in for the moment. And maybe get rid of this extra out here. All right, so I've got some things I can use to start to elevate this line work. And I think that's in good shape. So that's really all I want to keep. I'm going to select this and what I'm going to do, because remember I've isolated and turned off some layers and stuff. So what I'm going to do with this is now select it and I'm going to just move it down here out of the way. And then I'm going to turn on all my layers and everything else. And so this is all a bunch of things that I may not necessarily need. There's my grade breaks. We'll see if we need those. Let me see if it's what they show up here. Grade break. That's basically, yeah, I think I do want to keep those. All right, so I'm going to undo a couple of times here. Let's undo that. And I'm going to go to that layers. I'm going to find that grade break layer. So I'm going to go up here and search. I think it said grade. So there's my star grade star, and I see they're frozen. So I'm going to thaw those in this particular set. So now I've got my grade breaks. I'm going to take all of this stuff and just move it down here out of the way. In fact, I'm gonna move it a little further. I don't know if I got it quite out of the way of the thing. And then I'm gonna turn all my layers back on. And I'm going to just get rid of all this mess up here that I don't need. And delete. Now I've got everything here that I'm going to use to elevate this information. I'm going to bring it into my other drawing and use it to elevate those, that line work. So one thing to clean this up, I'm going to go to File, Drawing Utilities, and I'm going to purge. So it's going to get rid of a bunch of unused layers and things like that. So I'm going to purge nested items and any of these orphaned data. I'm going to purge everything. I'm going to do it again because it still had some nested elements at it. And so once that goes gray, I'm done. I'll hit close. I'm now going to save. And again, it's called PDF import CAD data. And now I'm going to go back to my other drawing and I'm going to XREF. And if I'm doing it in AutoCAD, it brings up this separate XREF file. If I'm doing it in IntelliCAD, I'll show you where I can do that is in this little, what is called the layer control box, but it's more than just layer. This is an explorer and it has everything I can do. I can go to XREFs right here and I can, add the file in here. I can set I've got layers, which is what it normally comes up as. Let's bring that up a little bit for the filter. I've got, different coordinate systems. I've got line types. I've got text styles, table styles. Everything can be done within this one interface. All right. So that's just one of those nice little perks that I like about IntelliCAD, but we'll do it the common way because IntelliCAD also allows you to do it this way. So we're going to attach and we're going to go to our, the file that we're working in, and I'm out in the Windows dialog box, so I need to navigate over to it. So I'm here in my Carlson projects, in my civil class from Ryan. Here's my working folder, and there now is my PDF import CAD data. I'm going to just say open, and I'm going to check to specify the insertion point on the screen because remember, we just moved it to that arbitrary location. I will keep I'm going to set my retained path as just a relative path. Keep my rotation at 0, my scale at 1, but I'm going to specify the insertion point. I'm going to say OK. And it's going to read the file. Now it wants me to choose where it's going to go. So you see what we're going to be doing is bringing it up here where we need it. But for now, I'm just going to put it here to be close, and then we're going to move it directly into place. So now I'm going to close that, and I now have this file XREF'd, externally referenced, so it's in there separately. So I'm going to take this file now, and I'm just going to select it, and I'm going to choose Move, which is, I just selected it. I right-clicked the mouse, and I don't, right here's my Move command. And I'm going to try to, I'm going to say match this up, say right up here in these, at this specific location. I've got this corner point here, and I'm going to move it up to this corner point here. And hopefully now everything has lined up exactly where I want it. And I see my building, my parking lot, edges, so I'm duplicating over top of some of those other lines, which is all fine and good. my building. I've got a little bit of stair-steppy here. I'm not sure exactly why, but I'm going to go back to my XREF manager and see something. I'm going to select it. I'm going to just type on or click on unload. So you can see, all right, so all that stair-steppy stuff is in this original file. Now, what am I looking at? I'm going to close that away and see if I can figure out what these are. So this is on a layer called C building. This is on a layer called def points. So I think I can definitely freeze that layer potentially. And that's now going to be my overall building footprint. Yeah, looks like my building footprint is okay. All right, so we'll keep that layer frozen. What do I have here? That's my water service. So I'm going to start to freeze some of this stuff. I'm not getting rid of it. I'm just freezing some of the things that I no longer need to see, just to get them sort of out of the way. That looks like my gas service. I'll get rid of that. Get rid of these here, and I'm just freezing them. I don't need to see the landscaping. Don't need to see these contours, but again, we're keeping them. And I think that's probably okay. Let's take a look at some of this. This is an easement, proposed easement, so I can freeze that. Do I have down here my sanitary? I'll freeze that. Those are sort of out of the way. I don't care. Now, let's see. Do we have our paint stripes? We don't need to worry about them. We could freeze them if they get in our way. We can see. But it looks like everything's lined up, and we're now ready to use the XREF. Oh, are these? Yeah, there's our grade break lines. So good. Got those lines in there. So let's bring up our X again and reload so that it comes back in place. Let's close that. And now we're going to start to elevate based on where these things are stored. Now, we would normally take, we need these, right now this is in an XREF, an externally referenced file. So what I need to do is to bring this XREF drawing into my drawing, not just externally referenced. I just kept it as a separate entity. So I can use this to line up. So now I'm going to XREF in, I'm going to bring this file in to this drawing so I can have access to the geometry of it without having to, treat it all as a single entity. So a number of ways you can do that is from the XREF manager. You can select it and then choose bind, or you could simply go back to your file, drawing cleanup, and let's clear all these sections out. And let's now say import XREFs to current drawing. All right, and we'll say okay. And so once we do that, we imported one of 3 XREFs into the drawing. I didn't see 3. Oh, I know why. Because it was nested. It had some nested components. So now I see right here in my drawing, I've got on this layer called CTopo text from the CAD import layer. That's the line work for that. And I've got this sort of box shape with the diagonals. They're not need to worry about those. But what I want to do is that this line, this leader line right here, I need to take those and get that point up to this point up in here, okay? So, what normally would be an arrowhead, that would typically be a leader, but really what I'm going to do is I want to, let's see if I isolate that layer, that's going to give me all of these little arrows. And so what I want to do is, and unfortunately I've got to do it for a bunch of these, or do I? I may be able to give it a distance. I don't, yeah, I'm not going to be able to. All right, so what I'm going to need to do is to, let me see if I can select similar. Is I need to take that, and I'm just grabbing the grip, and then I'm going to snap to the end point up here at that grip. So now I brought that up to where it's pointing. All right, so this is going to take us a few minutes, and if you would like, I think what we'll do, since I'm having to manually do this so that they point to the right places, I think what we'll do is maybe we could break for lunch. I can whip those in real quickly and then share that file back with you if you'd prefer to do that, not because this is just scut work. I don't want to take class time to do this. I want to use this to um, once we have these lines pointing to where they go, then we'll be able to read this text and elevate the lines that it points to. Okay. So let me finish that part for you, and I will um, send you that file by email when we start after lunch. But until we get there, let's go back a little bit now and talk about, is this the only, all right, here. I want to talk about a couple of things here that we're going to take a look at, because we have this roadway design, and I want to show you some of those um, techniques that we're going to use. So we're going to get that with some of our other file types, and then show you a couple of little grading techniques. But you're going to see that in this file. We're going to use that to elevate those parking edges and come up with our proposed surface from that, from all those lines. And that's really the exercise that you have to go to when you're trying to replicate what somebody's given you as a flat piece of paper, is to bring all that stuff up. But for now, we're going to skip over and talk about some of these road design and grading tools. And then over lunch, I'll fix all those little leaders and send you that file here in a minute. Okay, so as we talk about our road design, normally we think in terms of center line alignments, the horizontal alignment, and profiles that show how that road goes up and down. But beyond all that, we also need things, what we call a template, which is going to define these layers. Like there you can see this, the sub base and then the subgrade on top of that, and then the asphalt binding course, and then the top course of the asphalt. I've got a curb over here, and then I'm going to go out 2 or 4 feet and have a little 2% shoulder coming down to drain to the road, and then I'm going to have a 3-to-1 cut or fill. Um, as a typical road. And I'm going to take that design and I'm going to push it along that alignment and raise it up and down according to its profile. And it's going to generate every bit of this stuff in 3 dimensions for us and accumulate all of those materials and give us a report on how much material we're going to have in that road design. And that can be, simple roads, and we got RoadNet that we also can use to tie in a network of roads, like if you're doing a subdivision and various intersections and things like that. All right, so let's take a quick start down that pathway um, and see where we're going to go. So what we'll do then is we're going to go through this little exercise. So like you said, we talked about you're going to need a center line, a profile, and a template. And then to make that tie into our ground, you've got this a surface design that defines the existing ground so that the roadway knows where to tie in those cut and fill slopes on the side. Okay. So with that, we're going to open up this file that's in your data set called roadway design based drawing. Now you can leave these open if you want, but if I were you, I would just go ahead and close those files. I will send you both this PDF import CAD data that um, that we saved out here separately, so you can keep a reference of it. And then I will send you this file back again by email after lunch once I get all these little arrows converted. So you can go ahead and close those off. I'll leave mine running. And we're going to open this file in our data set. So we're going to navigate to our civil class data sets, and this is called our roadway design base. So base 1. All right, so base, yeah, roadway design base. And so this is going to be a design base. This is our existing ground. And we got up here, we're going to start an alignment up here, and we're going to finish the alignment down here. Now notice there's no curves in it. So we're going to put some curves in that, make it into a road with that template. We're going to push it through all this existing ground, and you're going to see essentially something that looks like this. So it cuts into our existing ground and builds our roadway for us. Okay, and then we'll later on we'll use RoadNet to where you can see we're going to put a little cross street in here to define an intersection, and it can all handle all of that all in one big process. Okay, so we've got our file open, and so what we need to do is build an existing ground from that file. Now all we have in it are contours, which is bad. As we know, we need to have a bunch of break lines, but that's all that we have in this file. We don't have anything else to it. Now there's one interesting little thing about this file, and you've got some tools to deal with it that are going to be very helpful. Now you're going to see things like this right here, where these contours come over. Now we know as engineers that's not allowed. The computer put that in. So really, this contour line comes up, comes across, goes around this way, and then comes back around. It's not really, uh, done properly. You're going to see little things like that. So just let those go for now, because this is not a really good existing ground sample. However, this file is from the Civil 3D training data set that they provide, that Autodesk provides, and it's a really bad example, but that's what we're going to use. So if one other thing we look at, if we click on one of those contour lines, you're going to see that oh, when I clicked that line, everything got highlighted. And I look at my properties and I see something special here. I see that that's an entity called an AECCDB, which stands for Architect and Engineer, whatever CC means, database, Surface 10. Okay, but Carlson can't use that. Carlson can only use standard CAD objects, but it does recognize it. Now, does everybody see that? Anybody not see what we've got here? And if you select it, you may or may not see it. It might be dependent on an object enabler.
Yeah,
Anybody,
I see it.
you did okay? All right, everybody good?
Yeah.
All right. So one of the things that that's going to tell me right away when I see something like that AECC, and then I see it's a Surface 10, well, that gives me a clue that, oh, that might be a surface definition that is included as part of the DWG file because it comes from Civil 3D. And I can then, if I spin this thing up, I say, oh gosh, looky here. They've drawn the skirts on the bottom, and what happened there? As soon as I let go of it, it switched. It switched to this different view. So if I come up here to my view controls, and it's for a 2D wireframe, if I switch that to be, say, realistic, you can see it shades in those triangles. So that particular object actually has all of the surface information already included in it. So I don't need to explode it down and get the contours and try to build the surface from the contour. I need to be able to extract that surface data. Okay. And luckily we have those tools. So if you go to
Hey,
the
I'm sorry, Ken.
uh,
Could you take a step back and show me again how you were able to get the triangulated,
yeah,
I guess,
right.
view? I've got those
Well,
top, view
yeah,
controls, and I'm not able to get
right.
that to show up.
Okay. So what I did is I just rolled this up and I'm holding the shift key down and pressing the wheel, and I'm just rolling it up a little bit here and I'm letting go of it. And this was originally looking like that. Do you see that? If you spin it,
I do not. I still just see contours.
okay, when you select one of the contours, what does it say in your properties? If you select that object, does it say it's an AECCDB Surface 10?
No, it says ACAD proxy entity.
Ah, okay. So you may not have the actual object enabler, which is what I did. And I switched my 2D wireframe down to a realistic view, and that's what gave that. Um, so you may not have the exact object enabler that you need, but it's showing you as a proxy. That's still okay. You just won't be able to visualize that one as this particular entity, but we have to do something with this entity. And I'm going to switch this back to my 2D wireframe. So if you didn't have the tools that I'm going to show you here next, you would have to explode this several times until you get down to where these are individual polylines. And then you would build a surface from those contours, which would be a pretty bad choice of trying to build that information. So now that we know, though, and you see that it's a proxy entity, one of the things, and again, it's available under this drawing cleanup. So you can see why this is a really handy tool. And I'm going to clear that, but you see right down here, I've got this convert Civil 3D LDD AEC contours and points into Carlson format. Now that might do it, but there's an even better approach instead of doing that, because there could be some other things in this DWG that came from somebody that used Civil 3D. They could have center lines, there could be profiles, there could be parcels, there could be coordinate points. all kinds of things that get stored in the drawing, and we want to use them. Carlson keeps them as external files. Okay, so if you look on the file menu again and look under import, one of the options is Civil 3D, and this is probably a really good first step when you're getting in a file from somebody. Even if you don't look at it and recognize that it has something in it, you can just run this command, and if there's anything in there, it's going to pull them out. So I'm going to choose all Civil 3D objects. So surfaces, center lines, profiles, you name it. Anything that's in there, I'm going to get. So I'm going to choose all Civil 3D objects. It now wants to know a coordinate file, because when I opened the file, I didn't have a coordinate file associated with it, and I'll just make a new file. I'll keep the same name. I'll keep the same file location, and I'll just say open. Now that's in case it finds any coordinate points, but it's not going to find any in this one, so that's fine. So this gives me a little warning. It says, for a more complete conversion, we recommend saving the drawing first to update the objects to the latest version. And you can just hit save if you want, and it's going to step through anything that it's trying to find. And it says, okay, I found a surface called Phase 6 Original Ground. Do I want to create a Carlson 10 surface? I'll say yes. And then if it asks me to save it, I'm going to be in the same thing, and I'll call it that Phase 6 Original Ground. I'll save it. And it actually, I had it in there already in your data set, but we'll just replace it. And so now I have saved that, and part of that process, notice when I select this now, it pulls all this stuff out and it puts it on its original layer. So there's that C topo minor, and I've got here a C topo major, probably, let me select that. I see it's got C topo major. So now I have not only created a 10 file, which if I look at that 10 file in my surface viewer with my Phase 6 original, I'm going to see that original ground. So there it is, as if I had, modeled this. And you can see when they modeled it, and again, we're not going to try to improve upon this necessarily, but you can see like these little flat, where it's shaved off the tops of these hills and made them little mesas. So Josh, maybe you'd feel more at home with that, being out in Montana. So that's really sort of bad existing ground modeling, but for our purposes, we're going to just deal with it and live with it. Now, so I'm going to exit that out. Now, one thing to note when we did that, if I spin this back up, see, I still have all of these things down here on a layer called C topo boundary. But I really want, I want to keep that polyline as my surface boundary. I can always recreate it if I need to, but I'm going to keep that. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to isolate this layer, and I'm going to get rid of all of those 3D faces. In fact, I don't even need to isolate it. Let's just do this. If I click one of those vertical lines and choose a 3D face, okay, I don't really need any other 3D faces in my drawing, so I'm going to have one of them selected. I'll right click and choose select similar. And now I see up here, I've got all these 3D faces are selected, and I'm going to delete them. So now I've got rid of everything on that layer except for that bounding polyline. And it is 3D, it goes around the edges. And that's okay. We can still use that as a boundary, and it will honor that as if it were just a 2D cookie cutter. All right, so everybody should be at that stage. Go back to my top view. And now I've got a nice little base. And I can, like here's, for instance, this contour comes up and wraps like that, and it's at an elevation of 160. If I look at this one, it comes around and just joins to it. It is also at 160. So really, if you were going to clean this stuff up, you would go through here and delete that, and then you would join these two lines together. And so that now would really be what that should look like. And you could go through and clean up little things like that. We're not going to take the time to do that. All right, so that's there. But one of the things that we're going to be able to use this for is, even though we've got the surface, sometimes, let's say if we're going to put a building in over here, we just need to look at what that particular elevate, you can snap to this as an elevated item. So it's helpful to have that available to us. All right. So now we've got our surface and we have a roadway that we want to design coming in here, based on starting up here and ending down here. All right. So, and yes, I'm aware we're 5 minutes into our lunch break, but I'm going to get you to a good bookmark location here. So let's turn this into a center line. So we're going to, yeah, and you can do that a number of ways. If you look at the center line menu, there's a bunch of different tools. You can design it and all that, but we have a polyline already drawn. It doesn't have any curves in it yet, but we can turn that polyline into a center line file. Right there it is, the second command down. So we're going to choose that. And it wants to know the center line file you want to write. And so let's call this, we'll just call it PH6-main. So that's going to be our phase 6, to match the street name. And we'll click OK. Now it knows the file name. And now it says, select the polyline that represents the center line down on the command line, but it also tells you up above that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. Well, if the polyline were created down here first, we would need to reverse that. Now we'll have the option to reverse it at any stage. So we're just going to pick the polyline, and it's going to show you the direction that it was drawn in with those little arrows. And there's where you've got the option to reverse it if you need to. Well, we don't need to reverse it. And right now it wants to know a beginning station, and it suggests 0 plus 0, 0, and that would be fine. We'll just hit enter to accept that. And it reads the information, reports a bunch of stuff here. It gives you, this LI, that's a line intersection, where it found where those intersections were. And then it says press enter to continue. We hit enter, and now we have a center line file. And in fact, I can just select this line and even delete it. And this is what I want to illustrate here. Now that we have that file, we can come back to centerline, and you don't have to do that. You can leave the original in there if you want. But we can now, under the centerline menu, we can draw that centerline file. At which point you can even label the stations and all that. We'll do that later. We'll uncheck those. And we're going to put this on our centerline layer called C-road-CTLN. And we'll say OK. And it wants to know the file. Well, there's our phase 6 main. There's that recent. So we choose that, and there it is. Now notice it comes in a line style of center line, and it's a different color because we put it on a different layer. Now, that line style didn't show up very nicely because we haven't really set our scale for this drawing yet. I'm going to take a look at what is this distance. So if I were to look at, say, that's about 300 feet. So maybe this would be a good design at 1:50 scale, maybe. So I'm going to go up here to my settings and choose my drawing setup. And it's already set to 40. Let's make that a 50 just to make some changes. Now, one thing I want to point out, when you're doing these setups and these scales, you're going to see this number over here come up with something that's based on this 50 feet, and I say I want to go every 1.25 inches to repeat my pattern on my line styles. And so it says, okay, well, I'm going to give you a global line type scale of 1.25 times 50. There's my 6250. That works okay for a lot of the Carlson generated line styles, but we really mostly deal with the AutoCAD built-in line styles. And so we really want to come back in here, and even though it's pre-calculated this for us, we want to make that a 1. Okay, and so we want to keep our global line type scale set to 1 in most cases. So I'm going to manually change that over here on the right-hand side. I'm going to say, okay. So now nothing really happened. I still have to zoom way in to see that line type, and that's not the way I want to see it. And there's 2 variables that you need to set. And one, if I look at this over in my paper space, you see how now it looks more like the center line. You see the line type show up there, and I can even see what is that scale to. It's set to 1 to 50. So, you know, that's really where that comes from. But the paper space and model space have a variable that keys to that global line type scale, and that's called PSLT scale. That's your PSLT scale. That's your paper space LT scale, and you turn these either on or off, or 1 or 0. So I'm going to make sure that PSLT scale is on. It is, that's why you saw it there, but I'm also going to type MS for model space LT scale. And right now it's off, so I'm going to turn it on. And so now when I've done that, and my line type scale, my global LT scale is still set to 1, nothing's changed on that view yet. But if you now do a regen, I'm going to do a regen all, REA. And so now you can see that I can start to see that as the pattern length that I want. So now my line type scaling is set up correctly. Okay. Just cosmetics, but it's something that you might want to be able to see these line type scales at the right scale. And you can, of course, individually change, you know, like if I make that a 2, you'll see that that pattern now has increased a little bit. So I'll select it and put it back down to 1. You see how that reacts to that, and you can see it visually, okay? Now I turned on to display my line weights down here, my settings. That's why now these things are looking thicker. All right, so now we've got a center line, and remember from our settings, Carlson configure, general settings, we had this linking section over here, and we say link line work with center lines. And if yours is on, then here's what's going to happen. Let's say I'm going to go over here, I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. So I'm going to draw something that, you know, resembles that. And I'm going to show you the difference. So if you double click the line I just drew, it brings up down here at the command line the p-edit command, the edit polyline command, okay, which is what that would do normally. And I'm just going to press escape, and I can erase that. Now this other item, if I select it, and I see that it is also a polyline, and you'd think if you double click that, you would get the polyline editor, but because we turned it into a center line, if we double click that one, it brings up the Carlson centerline file editor, in which case you can see it's got 3 individual lines, and you see them highlight up here above. And it's zooming around here. I can uncheck that zoom the drawing. It won't zoom to those individual pieces anymore. Let's get it back in the center. I'm going to uncheck that. Now, a number of things you can do here in this editor is you can give it a starting point number. You can change its starting station. You can change its coordinate value or pick a new point. So, anything that you can do here in this editor, and again, because this linking is in place, once we save any edits we make in the editor, it's going to update the drawing. Likewise, we could change the drawing. In fact, if I exit this, save changes, no, you could just simply, let's select this. And in fact, what I want to do is I'm just going to take the grip and I'm just going to grip edit that. I'm going to slide this back over to right in here maybe. And then I'm going to take this one and bring it more like that. And maybe I'll bring that up a little bit like so. Okay. Now, what did I do? Come on. Anyway, all I was trying to do is I'm trying to bring that endpoint up a little bit off the edge here. So I'm going to put a cul-de-sac out there a little bit later. Figure out what this has done. Let me see if I can trigger it by switching off and then coming back. Well, let's let that sit there for a minute and talk about what we're going to do. So once you've made that grip edit on the drawing itself, if you double click that line again, you can then see that it has made the change also in the centerline file. And I think what I'm going to have to do is kill this. I don't know what I managed to do. I'll whip back through that real quick. And then we'll break for lunch. Let's see, get my icons here. Alrighty, now let me go back through that real quick. I will import my Civil 3D, even though I've already gotten it. I'm going to go through the process again so that it explodes everything correctly. We'll call it that. Say yes, write it. And off it goes, nothing else it found. I will then select one of those and select, get rid of those. I'll turn on my line weights. I'll go back to top. I'll change my drawing setup to say a 50 foot, and I'll come down here and make this a 1. And I will MSLT scale, turn that on, and make sure my LT scale is at a 1. There it is. And now I'm going to get rid of this. And because I already had the centerline file, I'm just going to draw it again. And there's my phase 6 main. I'm going to open that. And so you see it made the edit to my file because this point now has moved from where I had it. So I'll move that back. Now, if I double click that, I can do that and put some curves in, or I could just do a standard CAD fillet if I know these radiuses. But let's double click it and let's go up here to this line. Let me unzoom that. And if I look at the line, that gives me the stationing as well as my northing and easting, and whether it's length and tangent out direction, all that. But if you double click any given thing, you've got something that you can put in here. You can specify a length, you can give it a station value, you can make it tangent to the previous element, etc., etc. So any of these things in between, if you double click or select it and come down here and choose edit, you can do that as well. So what I want to do is I'm going to sit on this incoming tangent and I'm going to fit a curve. So I'm going to choose fit curve. And now notice you can even have this, you can look up horizontal speed tables with a design speed of say 35 with a 8% maximum super elevation rate. And you can check it and you can see that your, let's see if we had an elevation, or there's my maximum. Let's say we had a super of say 6%. The minimum radius for a 35 mile per hour turnaround there would be a 713-foot radius. So you can use this to help you do the design. For now, we're just going to put some things in there to illustrate the point. So I'm going to come up here in my radius values and I'm going to type in, say, a 350-foot radius. Now that's not going to work for my AASHTO design safety standards, but we're going to say 350 feet. All right, and so when we do that, it's going to calculate all of these other dependent values. So some of those things you might know, and it might need to calculate the radius. You might know the length and all these different things. All right, so I've taken this 350-foot curve and I'm going to say okay. And you see it draws in the curve for that. And I'm going to now come down here to this and I see this curve. I sit on it, I double click it, and I can do these other things where I can make it tangent to the previous elements, hold the PIs, all kinds of different things you can do with those specific items. I'll go next to the next line. I'm going to fit a curve in here. And this one's going to need to be a little bit smaller because I've got a really short tangent on the end of it. So I'm going to fit a curve and I'm going to say, let's make that a 200 foot and see what happens. All right, it would fit. We'll say okay. And there's that 200-foot curve. All right. So, and if you should happen to type in a number that won't fit, it will tell you and it will suggest the maximum curve that would fit, and you can change it accordingly. All right, so I've now made my curves in here. I'm going to say save and then exit. Now watch what happens to my drawing. Because I linked it, there they are. And you can even go to center line and then station that center line. And if you just take the defaults, or you can load up some settings. I don't think I have any settings for that saved in our class folder. I do not. I've got, say some here that used to work, choose my file. There's my phase 6. And there's my stationing where I got my PCs, my radius, my station values. I don't see my ticks. I probably should have redone that and set my marker setup. Main marker's a tick, intermediates are half ticks, and any odd markers, I'll use that circle symbol. And I'll say okay. I'll say okay and let it redraw it. And now you see I got my ticks and I got my little markers here. So that's basically what that center line linking does. And I now have a center line to begin my road design. Now we're going to save this drawing and we're going to come back here and I'm going to, because you've waited so long, we're going to actually, I'm going to give you an extra 5 minutes. So we're going to come in at 1:30 Eastern. Now, for some of you folks, you're earlier than me, so that may be better. You're not having to eat lunch in the middle of the morning. So,
Real quick, can you go
yeah,
back through how you added those station
yeah,
uh alignments or whatever else?
all of this stationing information.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we're going to go to the center line menu and we're going to choose state or draw, or not draw center line file, but station a polyline or center line. Now, when you can do that, when this comes up, there's all kinds of like, I want to go, 100 foot from my main stations. Intermediates are 50. And I'm going to locate these even stations to start and end station. And then you can, this increment from beginning means like if you have an odd station for your starting station, let's say it starts at station 13 plus 67.19. If you increment from the beginning station, the next station up is going to be 14 plus 67.19 instead of going to 14 plus 0 is 0. So that lets you, add the actual distance to the starting station or not. We typically don't. So that's what that's going to do. And then you're going to label the station text. I've got it set to erase the previous labels. That's why I was able to do that and it just replaced it. Now, and also, by the way, when you change this center line definition, it will, once I've drawn these labels, remember my linking is linked labels with line work. If I change that stationing, it will redraw those for you automatically. All right, so anyway, what we do with this is you can choose to station just a drawn 2D polyline, or you can even station a 3D polyline, and it actually, gives the slope distances for the stationing. But we're going to station a centerline file because we already have that file created. Here's our station type. We're using roadway definition curves, not railroad. And so include the station in the description. That's if we are locating these, if we're locating points like this offset point, then that's going to add to our coordinate file with Carlson points, where we would set these up for our descriptions of the point itself. But we're not, I mean, I've got that checked, but we're not saving any of these points. But now here's where these label setups, or if I look at my label setup, and you can set the layer, the style, the size, whether you rotate it, whether you're using, drawing units or something other. Whether it goes left of the center line, whether it's parallel to the alignment or perpendicular to the alignment, whether it's right and left of it, et cetera, et cetera. So yours may not necessarily look directly like mine because I loaded something I had predefined with all of these answers in it. But that's where you set that up. And I did this marker setup. where I chose the main marker to be a full tick, like this. The intermediate marker, a half tick. Now these were unchecked when I brought it in, so I redid it. And then the odd marker, that's the PCs and PTs, I used this circular symbol. And you can draw the PI lines, and it would draw those lines out and show you where the PIs are and all that if you wanted. So I said okay to that, and then I just said okay and chose the file. And then it goes through, and it didn't have to make any changes, so you didn't see anything change there on mine. But that should bring that up. Now you see things like this PC 2 plus 33 and R equals. That is set in this label setup where, let's see, not in this label setup. Let me look at PC and spiral setup. That's where you've got these prefixes. And so I might want to put a space there instead. And now you'll see what happens when I do that. You'll see that now has put in a space. Now you can also, because that's just a piece of text, you could edit that and add or remove a space, however you want to do it. But because it's automatic and it's linked, if you predefine how you want those to be, so there's a PC with that radius value, over here's your PT space, and it doesn't repeat the radius. It just puts it out there on the start of the curve. Okay, so, and the marker, like your markers for these PCs and PTs, they actually go back and they'll intersect at the radius point, but that's controlled with, again, the, sorry, let me get the right one. When you look at this PC and spiral setup, you're going to give it this PC line length. So right now they're just an inch long at the ground distance 50 feet. So you could set that up to be, if you wanted them to be longer, let's make it say 100 feet so you can see it. Label the radius. That's going to calculate that. So I'm going to do that, choose my alignment. Now you're going to see those lines get longer. Okay, so those are where you would change all of those settings if you might want to make it look a little nicer. Okay, everybody good with that?
I'm good.
All right, so
Yep,
let's,
sounds good.
all right, so let's save the drawing. And again, let's, I guess we'll come back. We'll still make it. We're just 32. So let's make it at 1:30. We'll start back up. And in the meantime, I'm going to go through and fix all those arrows so we can elevate that parking lot pretty automatically. And I'll send you those by emails. Okie doke.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks.
Everybody enjoy your lunch. I will zoom every. Okay, so we left off here by creating this center line. And saw how the linking works and labeling, that sort of stuff. And again, if you just make, let's say you make a grip edit like we did, we moved this point up. And certain grip edits you can do, like if you stretch this arc out, some things like if you can make the change, let's say if I pull this down here, for instance, see, it will try, see, it says the current radius will force the segment to be non-tangential. Do you want to choose, you want to either make it non-tangential or set the radius to be something else? Okay, so it will, it will try to maintain that tangency throughout. I'm going to put it back where it was. So some edits, will trigger a little thing, and maybe that's beyond your design intent. Like if I stretch this curve out like this, that puts a bubble in there. And if I just double click that, you see, I've actually got the bubble in there. And if I exit, so that, I'm going to undo that again. And now I double click it and I see my centerline file is now back to where I had it. So, some of the things you don't want to necessarily change with grips, but you can, and you can have that react accordingly. Even with that bubble stuck out like that where it was non-tangent, you could go into the editor and then force in this curve, you could go in there and say, make it, you would then check those boxes to make them tangential, etc. All right, so now we've got a center line. How do we make the road itself? And we've got a number of different tools. And I'm going to show you where you can get to those tools individually. But instead of accessing them individually, we're going to do that through our RoadNet design tool as well. So if you look under the centerline menu, this is where you can do all kinds of things with your centerline. You can design it, you can turn it into turn a polyline into a centerline, go into the editor, just like we double clicked it, that's what it was. You can draw the centerline file. Remember, I erased the original and redrew it. You can do that. Station and polyline, you can do that as well. You can label station and offset. So if I'm going to label right now, I think I'll take my defaults and I'll pull this up, and you see as I'm looking at Lake Road centerline, so that's not the right one. I'll sketch, repeat, and I need to point up here to the centerline file that I want to be using. It left over from the last time, so I'll use phase 6. Now you can see as I'm walking nearby, if I want to label something, like let's say there's a power pole or a tree or something, or a manhole structure, that I'm going to do it. And you can see as I'm tracking, my little window shows me where I am. And let's say I click this point right there. It's going to actually label where I place that with the station and the offset. So that's station 3 plus 5216, 76.49 feet left. And again, if I repeat that, those settings are down here. So my station value, see, it says station and then offset, maybe instead of just having it like that if it's on the left, it's got a suffix of L. If it's on the right, suffix of R, prefix and suffix, but maybe I would want to put, instead of a space L, maybe I'm going to put a foot symbol space L, so that it labels the actual offset as a foot mark. And you can set these to be on the same row, set them on, let's see, above the leader, so row number 2, we'll say. That'll be the offset, and that's going to be, let's make that below the leader, the station, row 1 above, and let's see what that would look like. So if I'm moving this around, if I wanted to label a point, see, that gives me that. I had the 2 different, lines in here. And again, it's just it's a multi-leader, and I could set I would need to adjust the spacing in that multi-leader style that is using. So, all kinds of different things that you can do with that center line menu that relate to the center line. Your station offset, you can enter points based on, if you've got stations and offset, you can create those. You can calculate different ones, distance between 2 entities. You can convert them into different formats if you need, et cetera, et cetera. Now, profiles are going to be where we look at the road profiles, and there's several different things. That quick profile we've already looked at before, where we picked, we looked at that road ditch down the side of that T3 photogrammetry file. But you notice there's a couple things you can do. You can create a profile from things on the screen where it intersects the things on the screen with, excuse me, with elevation. Or if you've built a surface file, much like Quick Profile looks at a surface potentially, you can create a profile, not a quick profile, but from the surface file as an existing ground surface. So you could even generate the ground surface profile along our center line. And that's one thing you would typically do if you're doing some kind of road design or an alignment design. You can, you know, have it pick points, all kinds of different things as well. But there's this big one here called Design Road Profile, and it has a road profile editor, which it sort of puts a little, it takes the standard road or the standard profile editor and it adds some additional tools that are really geared for our road design. And you'll see that in just a minute when we load it up. But if you look at your standard profile editor right here, I'm going to click that up and we'll just call it a new file here. And I'm just going to call it junk. It's going to pop this up with nothing in it. I've got down here a little spreadsheet where I can put in stations, elevations, slopes, a vertical curve, and that kind of stuff. That's if I'm doing a road. If I'm doing genetic, I just got station elevation and slope. I can do sewers where I can have step ups and pipe sizes, pipe profile. For the sewer is a network of pipes. Pipe is a single pipe. So there's all these different types of little generic road, and you can even design the road where down below here you see the reference profile. That would be if I had created a profile from the existing ground, I would then see it as a reference. I would give it a center line so that I would tag my stations to match the center lines. And that's sort of the manual way of doing that. However, when we're using the road profile editor as opposed to the standard just profile editor, even though it really is the same editor and it's making the same type of changes, it gives us some additional tools, and you'll see that here in just a second. And so if you were doing this just by a one-off approach, we've designed our center line, we've designed our or we would then go and design our profile using that design road profile editor. And then we would look under roads and we would give this design template. Now that's going to be this, what we use to, if I can get this to recognize what page I'm on, that would be what we use to come up with this cross-sectional shape of our road. Okay, and that's going to be using this editor that you see here on the right-hand side, where we set those controls in place. Okay, so we're going to build us a little road profile here in just a second using that. And do anything else that you might want to add, like there's things where you can add in a a template transition. You can use grade tables where you define stations and widths and particular grades. So if you're departing from the standard template, you don't have to make a different template for each kind of change. You just make these transitions. And then there's this other thing called a this template point profile and template point center line. So, and we'll run through that example here in a minute, or, at the end of this, that you're going to see how when you take a standard template, but you can have drawn edges. So let's say we draw in a little, pull off area on the side. It's going to then, follow that line. It's going to depart the center line and follow that until it runs out of that line and then come back onto that center line. So we'll get a chance to play with all of those different ones. But what I'm really getting at, what I want to point out is that all of these things, designing the template, designing the profile, designing the center line, they're all available in these two things down here below. I've got what used to be the only option called process road design. And you see what it does is it brings up this dialog, and there's a list of files over here where you choose the file, you name the file, and then over here are the edit buttons. And when you hit that edit, so here's my center line, my phase 6, it's already populated because I was using it last. I'm going to hit this edit button, and you see it goes right into that center line editor, as if I double clicked it, or as if I had taken it from the centerline menu and chose edit centerline file. Same thing for the profile, for the template. You set the existing surface and all of that. So once you've defined all of these files, you basically hit the OK button and it calculates all of the stuff that we're calculating. Okay. That's the typical one road at a time type approach. And it used to be what we had to do for all of our roads, but we've sort of upped the game again with this next thing called road network. And you can do a single road with a road network. And that is where it sort of puts everything all together, and you set up your settings and you define what you want to look at, materials and reports and all that kind of stuff. So let's go straight into that, and then you'll see these individual tools as we work through it. So let's choose road network from the road menu, and we're going to make a new road network, and let's call that one phase 6. I like that name. And so it brings us up with this little docked panel with some icons, and you can see there's add, where I can add a particular thing. I can clear any of the data. I can edit the data. I can remove certain things, do and undo. But notice down below here, I've got roads, I've got intersections, I've got crossings for the pipe crossings and such. And then I've got cul-de-sacs, and then it's also given me a place to add some curb cuts. Now, if you're in the 24 version, Josh, I'm not sure you have that part, this grading objects part. That may have been added in 2025.
Yeah, all I've got is roads, intersections, and cul-de-sacs.
That's right. So, and that's okay. We'll leave this other, that's a more advanced type of thing anyway. We won't really go into that. We just don't have the time. But we're going to have these three things. So roads, so we're going to be able to add roads, and we can add cul-de-sacs once we have a road added. And the intersections are going to find themselves if we have multiple roads intersecting. So that's going to be our process. We're just going to use the one road, but before we get into that, let's choose this settings icon, the little gear, and let's talk about what we're setting up. So the very first thing that we're going to do is on our process options is we're going to choose an existing surface. And that existing surface is the one we pulled out, phase 6 original ground, and we'll load that file up. If we had a rock surface, so it could check on the excavations, cuts and fills and things like that, we could add it in here as well. And then the station interval is how often do you want to drop a cross section down along this alignment to, help you, because you're basically designing this road by the average end area methodology. Okay, so that would be what we would do there. And so we're going to say every 25 feet, we'll do a template drop, and intersection and bridge. These are distances that when you encounter an intersecting roadway, you're going to tighten that template drop up to every 5 feet or something. Same thing going across the 10, because you want a little bit more granularity as you go through those areas. Okay. You can then choose some special stations if you have any that anytime the alignment hits centerline stations, meaning all of the PCs and PTs and such, it's going to drop a template at that place. Also, you could have it any profile stations, like the beginning of vertical curves and things like that, or any super elevation stations, and then any of these template transition stations. So I would leave it on as centerline stations and template transition stations. So if you did transition templates, meaning I'm going to go from, say, this 2-lane, 12-foot lane to a 3-lane, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, and then we're going to widen the lane on the right to a 15-foot lane, and those types of things. So I'm going to transition from one of those to the other across a range of stations, and it will do that switch for you. And then, but you want to drop those templates right on those transition stations so that you get a nice clean juncture where those things start and stop. Okay, so I would have those two things checked for that under special stations. Now, the existing section max offset, this is just a distance out left and right of our center line that we're going to use when we start to cut our cross sections, how far out we want to look. Now, this is just whatever value. So if your road doesn't have a whole lot of heavy cut and fill, you don't necessarily need to look out that far left and right. You can adjust that. Now, it does not prevent the road from processing, but it does stop the accumulation of materials at that offset distance. Now, what will happen is you'll see in the processing, you'll see in the reports, it wasn't wide enough to capture everything. So you would just go back here, make that distance bigger, and reprocess and get the numbers to resolve. And then you've got this process on updated design files. It's either going to be off so that every time you make a change, you have to then physically go back and say reprocess, or you can make it automatic. The problem with automatic is if you get something really, complex or a lot of different roads, every little tweak is going to have to stop and reprocess. So that's why I leave mine set to prompt. So if I'm making a bunch of changes that I want to make before I see it reprocess, I'll just keep saying no until I'm done. And then our slope perpendicular to, that's our defined cross slope. Perpendicular to our center line is what we're going to set that for. Display run process on network changes. And that just means if you make network changes, it's going to give you that little nag reminder that you need to run the process. But otherwise, it will also prompt you up here as well. System arc reduction settings is something that's set back in the general settings, and it involves when you are reducing arcs from 2D to 3D. So when this builds this road, it's going to put in a bunch of 3D line work. And let's say if we're going around this curve down here in our road design, in our center line layout, that is a true circular arc. But if it's going to go, have changing elevation along it, it is no longer an arc in 3 dimensions. It's actually got changing elevation. So it's not an arc, and the only way that the CAD system can show it and deal with it is to put it in as a series of little segments that it replaces the original, trace of the arc along that line. And we're just going to tell it to use the whatever we've got set in the system settings, which is already set in our general settings. Now, this tied to existing process intersection connect roads, that's going to be how we control whether or not it processes the cut and fill to come out and tie out here, and then actually find the intersections and work its way through the intersections. So we'll have those on to start with as well. Now we've got some different options here as well. Let's go all the way over to the defaults, and we're going to look at our transitions. These are when we get to an intersection, part of that roadway is going to have to transition from one road into the other road. Now, it's typically in the template, we typically have the edge of pavement. So if I'm coming down here with the edge of pavement and I hit an intersecting road, that edge of pavement is going to go around a little, a little curve to go over into the other road. On this side, it's going to do the same thing, So and you'll see those once we get them done. And this label needs to match the same label we use in the template. So I'm going to right now set it to EOP. We haven't done our template design yet, but let's say if we called it EP instead of EOP, then we would come back into the settings and then this would then be available to us as EP. We would see that. And I'm not sure if it automatically pulls over, but we'll just need to make sure. So we'll call our edge of pavement EOP just for yucks. Now, the intersection radius is the radius of that edge of pavement as it goes through that intersection. So a 25 footer will just start, and again, these are defaults. When a center line intersects another center line, as you can imagine, you've got the actual road bed across, say, the main road. If you're going to hold that road slopes, the shape of that road as it's crowned, your crossing road is going to come up and it's going to hit this road and it has to cross it. So it needs to do that through a series of these little vertical curves. So I'm going to put a little 10-foot vertical curve 10 feet away. Actually, I'm going to make that instead of 10, let's make it say 35. So I'm going to make a PVI 35 feet away from the intersection of that center line. So I make sure I get enough to get off the edge of the pavement. And then I'll transition that with a 35-foot vertical curve. And again, you'll see that as well. Along the side intersections with that pavement as it goes along the edges, that also has a vertical curve potential between the profile of the edge of the pavement, which should be parallel to the center line profile. And if it were to go on through, but we have an intersecting road, well, there's another one on this other intersecting road. So those two things are coming in at different elevations. And you need to put in a length of a vertical curve so it transitions from the one edge around that 25-foot radius over to the other edge of pavement, and you can give it a default vertical curve length, and it's going to automatically create all those things for us, okay? So now, the next bit is whether we want to hold the main crown, which is what we typically do. We designate one of our roads as the main road, and we'll hold that crown throughout its length, even through the intersection. Then the profile method is you can allow a single PVI if it's coming up and it's a real small, I think less than a 3% grade difference as it comes up or yeah, if it comes up to the intersection and then hits the cross slope of the road, which if you're at a 90-degree to the road, you're going to see that like 2% cross slope up and then 2% down. If you could allow it a single PVI, which would be right at the crown point, and it wouldn't put vertical curves on either side of it, but we typically do want those to automatically happen. And if you want to force it to always happen, you would choose this PVIs for grades in and out, or you would allow a single if it can get by with a single, or you could say no automatic, in which case you'd have to add them in manually. So we're going to just leave that as allow single. And then how do we transition the crossing road as it does that? And I'll show you, there's a little drawing of it in the help system, I do believe. Let's see here. Road network settings. the process options. This is the process options. I want to look at default. So, and here also shows you a little picture of the difference between holding the main crown versus radial. Radial from the curb would be this up here. Holding the main crown would hold the grading of the road. And you can see, I can't really expand, I can't make that grow, but this radial from curb is up here at the top, and you see how the triangles radiate out from the actual curb line or the edge of the pavement out to the center of the intersection. Whereas holding the main crown, you see the triangles are being held for that cross slope as you go through this. So our crossing road is going to come up to it and then hit a little differential right in here. You know, it's going to be different instead of blending it. So if you're in flat territory and you want those intersections to be nice and blended, you could, but you lose the crown slope for that portion of that. So, you know, it might be a little awkward. But anyway, you might, you know, have a reason to do it one way or the other. Now, this transition method applies if you have a varying width when you go through an intersection. And I thought there was a picture of that. There's actually not. All right. So the cross intersection looks at the primary road from the start to the end of the intersection to find the maximum offset between the center and the edge of pavement. So if this road is our main road, and if this varies in width, it finds the place where it is the maximum distance away. And then it uses that to set the break line of the pavement across the intersection with the secondary road. The midpoint simply just goes to the middle of the pavement and then sets the line there. And uses that distance to set the break line across the intersection. So if you're not varying the width, neither one of those has any different effect. So we can just leave that as across the intersection as well. All right, for cul-de-sacs, how you want to direct them, you know, right to left, left to right as they station around them. Which particular style you've got, standard or teardrop or a straight. And that's just when it wraps the pavement around, it blends them in with little fillets. Okay, and so we're going to set in as a default 60-foot radius and a fillet radius. Let's cut that down to say a 25-foot. And you can adjust the center line to an offset. So if you're coming in at the end of a center line and you've got a cul-de-sac in there and you've defined it as a particular offset, if you adjust the center line, it will add the stationing to the original station for the amount of the offset. Now, what that means is I can't get down to the end of it. Assuming this was the end of my alignment and it was at station whatever, I've got a cul-de-sac, but it's offset. It's not at the center of the circle. So I've got a little 90-degree turn to get up to the center of that cul-de-sac. So that's what that will do, is to actually extend the center line into that offset distance. All right. And then you got some road design parameters where you can set up some rules and do those with some loaded files. All right. Now, backing our way up across the tabs, our display options is to have it automatically zoom when you choose a road or an intersection or something. It automatically zooms to that selection if you have that on. And then if you choose a particular center line, do you want it to simply dash it, or do you want it to thicken it, or do nothing? And when you see that, that's just for display. It doesn't change it in the file. You can tell it also to show the direction of the center line. We typically don't. That just clutters too much. Oh, excuse me. And then if you highlight the current intersection or cul-de-sac with a target or a pointer or none. So when we choose a road, then you're going to see then the intersections are going to find themselves. So when you select that intersection, you can have it draw a target around it. Just draws a circle, a thick circle around it. Or a pointer would be an arrow, or you can have it not show up at all. So I'm going to leave that as target. Report options, again, where you can set various precisions, report cut and fill end areas, cut and fill differences, subgrade and topsoil areas, shrink and swell factors for when you're in cuts and fills, and report the cumulative cut and fill as you go along. Now, here's where the biggie gets set, is in our output options. So if we wanted to generate a surface for our roadway, we need to turn on to triangulate and contour. So when we do that, we need to give it a file name. Right now it says none. So I'm going to say setup. So I'll click, and I've got, just like in our triangulate and contour, we've got this triangulate, contour, and labels. So I'm going to triangulate, I'm going to write the file, and I'm going to select, and I'm going to make this my phase 6 roadway. Okay, so it's just the roadway itself as a separate file. And then you can draw these object triangulation lines and faces and slope areas. I'm not going to draw any of those things into the drawing itself. We can see those as separate files. I will turn on my contours, however, and I don't recall what the contour interval is here. We'll come back and take a look at it in a minute. We'll just turn those on and leave that as such. And let's see, I think that's about all I need for that one. Am I trying to contour? Now this merge road with existing, you can have it automatically do the merging of your design road into the existing ground and create another surface that has the final finished merge. I'm going to leave it unchecked right now because I want to show you the triangulation file utilities, how you do the merging. You can see that as we go through it as well. And then which surface to draw. Either if you had merged it, you would get these choices, but we're not going to merge it. And we would say surface to draw, and then we'd set the colors and layers. Now this is really nice. And we can set the color of that surface, the colors of the triangles, by the grade ID or the template point IDs, by a cut and fill depth, or by a layer. So if we do it by grade ID, notice I've got these EOP, CRB. So these are things I had from the last time I ran it. You may not have anything in there yet, and we don't have it. And you can, of course, save this material library as a different, as a loadable file. You can use the grade name for a suffix on the layer, all kinds of things you can do. But what we do once we define, excuse me, once we define our template, we're going to see all of these choices are going to be available, and then we would simply go out here and change the color of what we want for these particular grade IDs. Okay, so we'll come back to that once we do our template design. And we're going to output just the top grade for there, but there you can also do the subgrade and make that into a separate output surface. And we're going to draw these 3D polylines that result so we could use them in our drawing to snap to and, you know, use that to help us in our design. And there's all kinds of these other things that you can draw and design. And down here's a little trick. We won't necessarily do it. Well, no, let's go ahead and do it. Let's turn it on to output coordinates. Okay. Now notice these other things. I can elevate pads and elevate lots. So if this is in a subdivision and I've got lot lines, and I've got building pads where all the houses are going to sit. As this road changes in profile or gets designed and built in profile, it can drive the elevation of these lot lines and the building pads. If I say, do this and then do a setup, and it shows you how to, you're going to go to the highest elevation or the middle or the start of the, place where you're opposite of, put them on different layers and all that. We just don't have time to bring that in as part of this as well. But this can be, and it is also used in conjunction with survey with LotNet. It can drive the grading of the entire subdivision, all the lot lines, all of the building pads. And then if this road should happen to change, if you have to raise it up or lower it down to miss a fiber optic line or catch a culvert or something like that, then it will adjust everything else around it accordingly. All right. But the one output coordinate that I want to show you about is we're going to hit the setup button. And up here at the top, I need to set a coordinate file. So right now it's set to none. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to say that's a new file. And I'm going to call that PH6 for my phase 6 RDWI roadway PTS points. So my phase 6 roadway points. Okay, so that's going to be what I generate. And I want to generate it on both sides of my center lines. A particular offset or not, I'm not going to do it, but I will draw the point so it shows up in my drawing. And the point layer, it's just going to go on a layer called road point. Might as well make that plural, and it can build that layer for you directly if you haven't built it yet. My description, I'm going to include the station value in the description. And the stations I'm going to output, you can see all of these different things I can kick out. Well, what I want to turn on is only my profile low stations. So I'm going to do that along up here at the top. I forgot to tell you about this one. That's which template ID do I want to output. And again, you hit select. We don't have it defined yet. We haven't built it, but I'm going to be that face of the curb opposite the low point of the profile. Why would I do that? Because that's the place I need to put in a catch basin or an inlet, is in those low spots. Right. So you'll see that if we have any sag curves. I hope we do. And then we'll say, okay, that's all we need to set up for that. You've got some layers, slopes where you can set these layers up for all these different types of components. We could adjust that anytime we need it. This output file settings, we're going to put in a bunch of suffixes. So this existing section file name is going to put a -ex after the end of the section of the cross-section file, and FN for the final cross-section. So I'm going to kick those files out. If you have topsoil removal, replacement, rock, different things that we want. Intersection centerline file app, I'm not going to kick those out separately. But the intersection profile I will generate with a PRO and a cul-de-sac designation. So it's going to be actually, as it goes around the edges of those cul-de-sacs, it will create that as an alignment. And the default existing profile is going to be the profile name with a -ex on it to mean the existing grade along that profile. I can also output left and right offsets that go into that same file. Now that particular file right there, that automatic output of the existing grade, is going to also be triggered by our profile, our road profile editor. We have a switch in there to automatically calculate it. So anytime I'm doing a profile along an alignment, if I pick that alignment up and move it, or it changes in a different location, and I revisit the profile editor, It's going to resample the existing ground and recreate that EX profile. Remember, we looked under the profile menu earlier where you could create a profile from a TIN file, and we could have done that manually and saved that. But then if we make a change to our centerline location, we have to go back to our existing ground profile, update it. So this ties it all together and keeps it all happening as it reacts to this roadnet system. Okay. So I'll say okay to that. What else might I want to do? I think that's got it. I will say process options. Everything's good there. And I'm going to say okay. And now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to hit my little save icon. For those of you really young folks in the class, that's a picture of what used to be called a floppy disk. So that's why it's a save icon. So now we've got those things, and here's the different things. There's our process. That's erase other things that have been processed. Maybe you're doing a trial and error thing. This runs your reports. This allows you to draw the components if you need to redraw them. You can edit different ones or just double click them and it does the same thing. You can also make a new. You can load a previously saved one, and then there's your help system. All right, so that's basically it. So the first thing we need to do though, we've got our surface. And we've put that in our settings right there, remember. So we need to make a road. So we're going to choose this add button, and it wants to know, what do you want to add? You're going to add a road. I was sitting on roads. I hit add. If I'm not sitting on it, it wants to know if you want to add a road. Of course, if you have a road, then you can add a cul-de-sac. So I'm going to do this by a centerline file. If you screen pick a polyline, you can see it's going to create a centerline file out of that picked polyline. So here's my phase 6 main. I'll choose open, and I get a bunch of stuff with this. There it is over here in my side. I've got the file. You see it automatically put that in as its input file. I can here's my road name. I'm going to process the full range of stations. Now you can put gaps in that. For instance, if you go across a bridge and you don't want the cut and fill to go down on either side of the bridge, so you basically start and stop those cuts and fills. Or you can just, gap it if you're just working on a portion and you don't want to take the time to process the whole road. All right, so right now we'll leave it at full range. We've got our center line. The design profile, it names the same name something else, but we'll leave it at that. And again, with the edit button that brings up those editors, we'll see that in just a minute, but let's look at some of these optional input files. If you've got super elevation designs, you can have that generated and load those files up and drive the design of the earthwork as well. Topsoil removal, template transition, grade tables, template point profiles, template point center lines, etc. So now yours may not look exactly. I can't remember if the 2024 still has this same layout, but that's like, I think maybe your optional files are also listed. But for now, let's look down here at this optional output files, and let's make sure we're going to get this existing profile that's going to be created, the existing section, and the final section. So those are the files I want to make sure that I have so that I can look at them later. And that's really all we need, with one exception. You notice the required files, I have none for my template. So we're going to click that button and we're going to either load an existing one, and I can see I've got, these different profile, and I've got basic and a test with some curbs on it. So you can get a sense of that. If you've got some already saved in a library, you could save those. You can make a library of different template designs based on, say, a highway department template book, different sort of things. But let's just call this one, we'll go to the new tab, make sure we're in our folder. And we're just going to call this PH6. Well, what is it? A 2-lane, so a 2LN CRB. So I'm going to use curbs, 2 lanes with curbs. There we go. And I'm going to type SW for sidewalk as well. So I'm going to phase 6, 2 lanes, curbs, and a sidewalk. And we're going to put the sidewalk just on one side. So we'll say open, and it's now ready to be edited. All right, so you've seen the center line editor. There that is. If I hit the edit, I'm going to edit the profile now. So if I choose that, this is going to come up. Now, this is going to be tied to our marker over here. So notice as I travel along, I see where I am along my center line. And notice this red line in my editor shows me the existing ground that's underneath where my center line is. And it starts me off by putting a point down right at the starting station of 0, and it has a depth of 0, and it goes all the way out to the end at that station, and it gives a depth, and it calculated that depth based on it pushed, whatever that slope was. There's some round off in there. You could make that exactly 0 if you want, and just tab through it, and and you give it a description if you'd like. I think, what do we have there? Target surface. You could call that the same type of thing, if you'd like. So, but that's just the end point of the profile. Now, notice I've got a couple of other things showing here on mine. You may or may not. I've got those little green dots. And if I sit near that green dot, notice where I am based on my station labeling. That's my PC. I'm going to come up near to this next green dot. There's my PT. I'm going to come over here to this green dot. There's my next PC, and there's my PT. Now, why might that be helpful to show is the old design rule of you should never have a vertical curve in effect along a horizontal curve. That's just a AASHTO standard guideline. The reason for that is because it will interrupt your sight distances potentially with what they call broken back curves. Now, in our particular example, we can't really finesse this to state highway department, guidelines because we got severe terrain. But that's why you might want to see those markers. Well, let's go down to our setup button down below, and we'll see where you can turn those on and off. So if you choose the setup button, you can tell it a couple of things. First of all, it says the reference centerline file. It already knows what that is. You could change that here if you wanted, but we're not. The hold current elevation is when you're doing edits up here in the window for that, you can have it to hold a particular elevation. So you're only working with station values, et cetera, and then set the and hold. That's where the display of this says that current elevation is going to be held. If that's checked. Grid ticks, that's for this little grid, and it's just a picture. And then you see at the top here in our picture, it reads the station, the elevation, the slope, and the depth to original ground. Okay, so it's going to show that, and that show reference surface. So if I turn that, if I uncheck that and say, okay, that goes away. Well, I don't want that. I always want to see that reference surface. So I'm going to say show reference surface. And you can also show it at left and right offsets if you have an interest in the ground of there. Maybe you're putting a special ditch or something at a particular offset. So you can turn those on, and it's going to show in red and green, I think, either side. I'm not sure which one is which. if we show a 20-foot left offset, it's going to be in blue. Okay, so there's the existing ground 20 feet to the left. If I look at it on the right, it's going to be in yellow. So that's the right edge 20 feet away, or the right existing ground. And you could turn them both on, of course, but I'm going to just save a little confusion here and turn them both off. Now, this show centerline special stations. Those are those green markers that show me where my PCs and PTs are. This other one that you don't see yet, but that is checked on, it says show vertical lines for intersections. That's going to show you along this profile where any roads come up to it and intersect it. So that's going to help you identify, where those intersections are, as you might need to tweak and adjust these profiles to ease the transitions across them. I can show sag and crest points. It just puts a little marker and labels it in my curve views. And right down here is where, again, that linking to that output, the reference surface profile, that's the existing ground, and it's going to put that little EX suffix on the name of it. My reference surface, there's my phase 6 original ground, etc. Now, display the site distance options. Right now, that's this column right here, and that's a K value. Myself, I particularly prefer to see site distance instead of a K value, but sometimes you're given the K value on a road design, and so that's going to be what you might want to use and type those values in, right? So if we design it, though, I want to look at this as a site distance thing. Now, the drag PVI options have to do with, once we start putting curves in up here, I can drag those curved PVIs around, left, right, up, down. If I've got a couple of things I can hold here. I can either hold the length of the vertical curve, so the vertical curve stays constant length, or I can hold a K value or a site distance, which is effectively the same. Well, not exactly. This is a computed value based on incoming and outgoing grades, and this is the actual site distance. So if you hold those particular values and you move the curve, it's going to either lengthen or shorten the curve to maintain that number that's in for that curve, the K value or the site distance. Or you'll see you can hold the vertical curve length. All right, so let's set those like that, and we'll say, okay, and again, just like we had with the horizontal design, you got vertical speed tables. You can set all that so that you can get your required site distance, et cetera, et cetera. But for our purposes, let's just do some edits. Now, you can choose to insert a PVI. You can come up here and type in stations and elevations. So if you already have that information in a file you're trying to model from, you just put those in. You can then choose screen pick a PVI, et cetera, or you can use this little icon right here that says add a PVI, that's the plus part, and then there's edit PVI where you can move it around. And in that edit mode, you can make it a free move, or you can hold the slope in, slope out, hold the station, hold the elevation, etc. Vertical exaggeration, right now it's set to just fit the window. You can make it so that it is, say, there's my actual, one-time vertical exaggeration. But I'll come back to this and we'll see. All right. So we're going to add a PVI with our little add button. So I'm going to click that, and now I move up into here and it says add a PVI, a point of vertical intersection. So I've got this slope coming up here and it goes all the way out to the end. So I need to make a curve. So I'm going to come like right in here in the middle somewhere, and I'm going to say like maybe right in, we'll say there. So I clicked up there. It read where I clicked. I've got a station value of 770. Now it went to the nearest 5-foot station because I have a snap on down here, and it's going to choose the nearest half foot slope, or nearest 0.5% rather slope. So that's a slope in of 11.5%, slope out of -7. It's at station 770. That's what its elevation would be, but it has no distance right now. I have no sight distance, and there's no length of vertical curve. So let's make that length of vertical curve, let's say 400 feet. So if I type that number in and say, okay, then it's going to create a 400-foot vertical curve at that PVI. Okay. Well, I see I may want to have another vertical curve down here. Now you can see here, I've got, you can see the PVC and the PVT, and there's my PVI up here, this yellow one, and there's my crest point. It identifies down here the crest point. Okay, and then you can make it go through a particular point if you want. If you want the through point, so the through point is not available for the first row, of course. All right, so we'd have to resolve that to make the next curve. All right, so we've added that main curve there. Let's go and add another one. I'm going to grab that little plus mark icon, and I'm just going to come down here and say click near, say in here. And that would be at station 245, and I'm going to make that just a 200-foot vertical curve and see if that'll fit. It looks like it will. I'll say okay. And so now I'm pretty well along the existing ground there at, you see that slope, that's a 6% slope coming in. I get up to this steep slope here, it's a 14% slope. So it's, you know, good Western Pennsylvania roads, but lousy to try to drive on. And then up in here, I come out to my outside slope, and I read again up here my blue text, and where my marker is, I've got a -7% slope coming into there. Okay. So, and you can see where the curves start and stop based on those little circles and such. Now I've got, I don't really have a low point. I don't have a sag point. I'm going up the entire time. So you wouldn't see any points. Remember, we did the output for the low points. But, you know, we could do something here in a minute to make that, to illustrate that. All right, so if we, let's just leave this as it is for right now. We're going to say save, and we'll exit. Okay, so now I've got two of those files edited and saved. And let's look at our design template series. We've got the file design or designated. So let's choose the edit button to create this design template. Notice over here in the panel, my phase 6 main road has been identified, and it thickened it up on my view. So right now I've got a template that I want to make out of this road. And right now over here, I've got two halves, left and right, and I've got this checked as same as left. So that's why the right-hand side stays grayed out. So I only have to build this once. So I'm going to build it from the center. That's from the center line. That's my point of reference. I'm going to build it outward. Okay. And I'm going to do that by adding grades, curbs. This sidewalk is new. Okay. I haven't seen, that's new to this version. I haven't seen that yet. Median and then subgrades. The median, I tell you right now, it's too difficult to use as a component. It's easier to just build the road and then set the median down on top of it later. But then you've got super elevation, you've got your cut and fill, and you can also add some right-of-way information to it as well. And we're saying on the left side, I'm going to display fill, on the right side I'll display cut. And that's just, you know, it doesn't mean that only put fill on the left side. It's just for this display purposes here. All right, so it's going to show those examples. So it's obviously going to be cut or fill based on where it happens to live in the world. In this case, it's going to, well, you'll see when it's done. So now we're going to start here on the left surface, and we're going to add a grade. And this is going to be our first from the center line outward. So I'm going to put this in with a cross slope of -2%. And I'm going to go a distance of, oh, let's make these 12-foot lanes. So there's my 12-foot distance. You can pick a distance. And here's the ID. And this is where we're going to set that EOP at edge of pavement. I'll say, okay. So I come back and now you see my template starting to grow. Right side, same as left. So I've checked that on. I now go out here to my edge of pavement. Now, at this stage, you could put a gravel shoulder in at a different slope, something like that, or let's put in a curb. I'm going to go ahead and just click the curb button. And I'm going to use the standard curb. I'm going to make sure my dimensions are in inches, and I'm going to make this an integral curb with the pavement if it's all poured in one spot, or separate. So I'll keep it separate. I have no rounding. You can see it doesn't give you a preview until you draw it, but it just rounds off the edges. So we'll just leave them straight for now. And the slope of the base of that curb is either going to match the crown slope, so it's parallel to the crown slope, or we'll make it a flat base. We're just going to pour that in continuously. And then here's our dimensions. I've got a 5-inch T value across the top. It's a 12-inch width, which is basically the gutter pan. I've got a taper, the TP dimension of 1 inch. So it's going to lay back 1 inch. So there's my T plus TP is a 6-inch curb, but I've got a 1 inch layback on the curb. So it's got, you can tighten that up or make it zeros or whatever. I've got an 18-inch base, and then I've got a drop of 1 inch. So that's going to set that slope along that gutter. And I've got a H1 and a H2. And the H1 is that 6 inches. That's basically the thickness from the base up to where the gutter pan starts. And then the H2 is the total thickness from the base up to the back of curb. And so that CH value that you see there, that's the curb height. So that's going to be 7 inches. And that's not something we set, but it is calculated from the total height minus that D value. That's the drop of 1 inch. So it's going to be a 6-inch, basically a 6-inch reveal in the front plus the 1 inch, and then a 6-inch thickness. So that makes, this total H2 is 12 inches. Height 1 is 6 inch, but my curb height then is going to be 7 inches because I've dropped down 1 inch in that drop from that 6-inch. I had a 12-inch total height, a 6-inch front height. I dropped it 1 inch. So that's my curb height of 7 inches. Okay. Now enter in the material. I'm going to type CONC for concrete, and then I'm going to give it an ID of CRB for curb. And just this direction, left or right, would be like if I say that, and see it's left and right, so it's facing in. But if I edit that, I'm going to select it and double click it, and now watch what happens. This is how I build medians, especially if they're curbed medians, is that might be sitting on top of the actual road is down here. So I'll do these and just reverse the curbs on them, and that builds that as a median value. All right, so I'm going to put that back to left, and now I'm facing into my road. So now I've got my grade coming in, my curb going out. Let's add us another grade, and we're going to put that a little 4-foot strip at this time, instead of a negative, we're going to do a positive 2%. And let's go out 4 feet, and we're going to call that BFR for a buffer, we'll call it. Okay, so there's that little 4-foot wide, 2% pitch in toward the road as a buffer. Now, at this point, you could say, you can add a cut. We'll just use a standard cut of 3-to-1 and a standard fill of 3-to-1. All right. Now there's all kinds of things in these cuts and fills where you can have staggered from based on different heights. If it's too much cut, you can start steepening up the slopes. You can add ditches and you can add berms, etc. We'll leave this alone for right now. So now this is what I've got. And we wanted to put a sidewalk on one side. So let's put our sidewalk down on this left-hand side of a road, for instance. So if I uncheck this now, oh, yeah, so we're going to uncheck that. And now I'm going to select the ones on the right that I want to copy over. So I'm going to copy left to right. So there's copied that over, but now I can then come back here on either side. I'll be on the left-hand side, and I'm going to add a sidewalk. Now this particular sidewalk, this is new, and it's basically setting this in, but let me show you how we would do it in the old ways of doing it instead of as a single component. I'm going to be on the left-hand side. I'm going to add this sidewalk as a grade, first of all. And that grade's going to have we'll just make it level. We'll have a cross slope of 0, and it's going to be a 6-foot sidewalk. So I'm going to make 6 feet, and I'm going to call it SW. We'll call it SW1. That'll be my no, we're just calling it SW for sidewalk. Okay, so that's the back of the sidewalk. Now, all right, so if I look at it here to see what happened, I was sitting up here when I added that, so I'm in the wrong place. So I'm going to highlight that, and I'm going to move it down in my list. And one more time. So now there's my sidewalk on the edge after that 4-foot strip. I'm going to now add another little strip, another 4-foot strip, and this time I'm going to go down -2, another 4-foot strip, and I'll call that, I'll just call it edge. All right, so now I've got the edge of pavement grade, the curb, the buffer, the sidewalk, and then finally the edge. But I don't have that over on the right, so I'm going to have this little walking thing. So I'm going to now save this and exit. Now, I've got enough to process. So I'm going to go through here now and hit the OK button. And you're going to see all this magic happen, except I'm going to click there, and then let's see if I double click that. There we go. And I choose OK. All right. So because I'm not automatically processing, I'm going to come over inside here and say process. So it's going to start doing all those calculations and start doing, it's contoured the cuts and fills. That's why I wanted to come back and check that contour interval, because I've got, this is at 122, this is 123, so that's a 1-foot interval. This is 115, this is 120, so that's a 5-foot interval. All right, so the very first thing I'm going to do is go back into my settings, and I'm going to change this not existing surface, but my output surface, triangulate and contour setup. And I'm going to choose the contour, and I'm going to make that a 5-foot contour. Now notice I've got my contours are on C-road-CONT-INT for the intermediates and IDX for the index. So to help me with that, I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, yes, it's okay to overwrite, say okay. And now I can reprocess that, and you should see that change take effect. Come on, what I've managed to trip up on this time. Really. All right, let's see if I can get that to settle down there. All right, so and then we can change the colors, etc., for these contours that are drawn, and they should tie right into that existing grade that you're going to see there. Hopefully if you've been following along and you're doing yours, you're not getting that same kind of thing. I did something to tweak it, and it's taking a good while to process. It's not really, I hate to, well, just a minute or so more here. Let me minimize that before I kill it and come back over to here. Sometimes if I trigger out of it and then back into it, it will reset it. All right, so now I've managed to cause a problem. And so you're going to see the benefit of how Carlson saves all of this information. I did save this file. I didn't save that last little change I made to that setting, but that's okay. I know what it needs to be now. I've got the center line, I've got the profile, I've got the template, they're all saved. So I'm going to have to come down here and kill my running task, which is, let me find it. Does it say it's not responding? Yeah, not responding. Okay, so end task. So that'll kill that. And let's restart it. And because Carlson saves all those things externally, I haven't lost that information if I managed to have lost the file. So once this comes back to join us, I have to halfway suspect that some of this is 2025 updates. Um, although I don't know if that's for sure. But that business with the um, view, file viewer icon with that flag. That was something that's definitely not caused by anything other than where I choose that command. All right, so now I've got all of that done. I'll go back to roads and I'll rerun road network. I'll load up that existing phase 6 file. There it comes. You can see it did not, I did not save it after I loaded this center line file, but there it is. And now I'm going to attach the 2-lane curbs template. Everything is good for that. Got my output files. I'll say okay. I will now change that setting under this triangulating contour. Come on. All right, let me kill this one more time and then do a complete restart on my Windows system, although since I'm running it under a Mac system, you're going to still see everything. It's a virtual machine, so it's going to come back up. Might be a good time. In fact, go ahead and take at least a 5 minute. Let's come back at 10 after the hour. I'll go ahead and stop the share. And I will pause our recording. And so you can see how these contours tie in, and this white line, that's the actual disturbed area footprint. And you can see here on the right-hand side of the road, as I progress down the road, I have just that little buffer zone. But on the left-hand side, I've got the buffer, the sidewalk, another buffer, and then the cut and fill. Now, what does that look like when we look at the surface? If we do our view, 3D view surface file viewer, there's my roadway surface, and it's going to come up into the viewer, he says. And maybe just put the delay on the back side of the selecting the file name. This is ridiculous. Sure something that is causing that. I don't know what it would be. Well, I can't sit here and watch it spin all day. Let me just one more time here. Let me, just in case that's some kind of Intellic, I think I'm going to switch to the AutoCAD version. Data sets. Right. No, fundamentals. I need to be in civil. Is my roadway design base. Now, let's find that. Well, maybe I hadn't processed, didn't process and save it. That's the problem. So back to roads, road network. I'll open up my phase 6 road network and I will double check the settings that I get that saved as 5 foot, just I did. Okay. Yep. And okay. And let's save that and let's process that. All right. So there now it's going to generate those layers, at which point I can now look for CUNT. Oops. There. Dink, dink, dink. Escape. Click. CUNT. All right. So I made my index red and my intermediates yellow. All right. Now that's got that there and that's got that there. And if I now view, let me do this first. Let me save this. I'm going to exit this just in case that's triggering something. I'll save my drawing. And now I will view my surface file viewer. And up it pops. There we go. And I'm going to go to my settings tab. I'll set my contours to 5 foot. And that now represents here, and you see they're different colors. Because we haven't assigned the actual color. We just started this one, but we can go in and change those colors to be something a little more pleasing for that. But you can see the nice shape of the curb and the pavement and that sidewalk going across it. And then that little buffer area. So let's go back to my road network into my settings and my output, my triangulate and contour, but right here I'm going to set my colors and layers. And now you see those names that we used when we built the template. There's my edge of pavement, my curb, my buffer. I'm going to make that sort of a darker green. And my sidewalk, let's make that sort of a tannish looking color. And then my edge will make it that sort of darker green as well, maybe a little bit more muted. And then the outside, the cut and fill banks, we'll leave those like it is. We will now set that, say okay. And now we'll reprocess so it recolors the triangles. And I'm going to try my icon here. It works okay under AutoCAD. I'll look for my roadway. And there now you see I've changed the colors up a little bit so they're not quite so harsh. There's your sidewalk, your buffers, and the cut and fill on either side of our road. All right. So now let's make a quick change. Let's select our road and double click it. And let's make a change in the profile. So I'm going to edit that profile. Now this time you can see, I can also come down here and show the sections. So as I travel the, let's put this as a 1-to-1 so we can see what it looks like. In these cross sections, you can see those. And you get some additional information up at the top because it's actually processing the cross section. It's accumulating the total cut and total fill, and it's showing me at a given station what the accumulated cut and fill areas are in those cross sections. And so now I see that I've got a total cut of 14,000 yards, a total fill of 10,000 yards. Not terribly out of whack. So, you know, we could raise it up, and this is all resizable. You can play around with that. So now I'm going to exit this little viewer for the moment. And we're going to make a change to some of these PVIs. And I'm just going to do a graphical edit with this pencil button. So I'm going to click that, and it says up here, click and drag. Now you don't have to snap to it. You just grab the one. So I'm going to pull this down so that I'm actually going with a negative incoming grade right here. So I'm at a negative 1%. So I'm going to have a sag. I'm going to have a low point in there as well. I'll go back and grab the pencil, and I'm now going to move this up. Whoa, too high. I just want to go up about just a little bit higher. It's too hard to stop. Let me come in a little bit and bring that a little higher. I'm going to go to my setup tab and turn off this reference surface at the left. And so now I've got an outgoing grade of -9. I've got this rising grade at a positive 16%. So that would be a bad road design. But we're going to save it and exit it and say okay. And then we will process that. And it's now going to recompute all of those, and you should then see somewhere that did it get the output the coordinates. Let me select the template ID that I want to output. So if I output, I want that point right there. So if I look at where that is in my list, that's CRB 3 2. So CRB2 is the one I want. Let's see if that'll work. I want CRB2 and CRBR2, which is the one on the right. Okay. Say okay to that. Say okay. We'll save, reprocess, and you should see then, because we have a low spot in here, you should see those points. I don't see them. Let me look if they're in my point list. No, why not? Let me see. Yeah, I've got the right file. Edit that design profile and see, I should have a low point. Yeah, I do right in there. So that should have kicked out that point. If I see in that curve, no, it didn't. It still didn't have a sag, but it still should have a low point on the profile. Specials. Okay. Yeah, so there's my sag point. Save that, exit that, say okay. Reprocess, and then that should, and it's not doing it. It may have to do with that curb feature. I should be getting points generated there. Let me see. Running contour up at the top surface, right. Polylines, disturb areas, output coordinates. There's my file, template IDs, CRB2 and CRBR2. Both sides, draw the points on that layer, include the station, profile low stations. Let's also turn on the high stations and see if I'm getting that. Still did not get the low points. The high points should be in there somewhere. I don't see it. Zero points. Well, that's appears to not be working. Is anybody else's working correctly? Did you get your points? And did you get any of that stuff to set up? Do the subgrade. I don't, well, it's not going to be, there's not any subgrade at this point. Draw the template slopes. Label the profile, nope. Output EOP, nope. Output coordinates, yes. There's my file. There's the IDs. And the ones I want should be CRB2 and CRBR2. Go to another station. CRB2, yeah, see, they're all marked. As I walk through my
sections. That should be there. Well, that may be something they broke in the 2025 update. I don't see them happening. But normally they would come in and they would drop in. You would see them come into this low spot and it would put a Carlson point right there against that curb face that we could use to set in an inlet. Well, that's disappointing. Anybody else is working correctly? How about yours, Josh, if you're using 2024?
Yeah, it's not really doing anything for me.
Do you have a sag curve in your profile? Like, do you have a curve that has a negative incoming grade such that it has a low spot?
I think so.
You don't yet have that low spot. You might check to output the high points and reprocess and see if you get those. It's really strange. It should be, yeah, see, that was one of the nice little features, and it looks like maybe they broke it. If I output the coordinates, okay, there's the file, phase 6 roadway points. All right, well, let's output instead of the curb points, let's try this. Maybe it has something to do with the template. And let's just do the EOPs. Let's see what that does it, and that'll tell me it's something to do with the EO or with the curb. So now if I process it, I should see up here against the edge of pavement, and I don't. And again, with my points, yeah, 0 points. Well, all right, so that appears to be broken. But anyway, you can see, how that reacts. You can put a cul-de-sac on the end of this now. So if I go to cul-de-sac and I'm sitting on my cul-de-sacs, I'm going to add a road or a cul-de-sac. I'm going to add a cul-de-sac and I'm going to go to the end of my road. Just a standard cul-de-sac. 60 will take the defaults. And we will say no special template, just use the road template. And we'll say, okay. Save that and reprocess. And there now is my cul-de-sac as it goes around. Now it interrupted the sidewalk there because it came around this separate based on coming from this side around the edges. That was right to left. If I go back to my settings and choose cul-de-sac instead of right to left, if I do left to right, then that should continue the sidewalk. No, it's not going to do that. It's going to interrupt it there. Okay, so no problem. Let's keep it right to left. All right, so now, because we have generated that, and I've told you about some of these curves that it put in those defaults. If we go to, I'll go ahead and exit that. Let's go to my profile window and let's choose our design road profile editor. And you notice the ones that I have, I've got the existing ground cul-de-sac. I've got the, what else do I have? Existing profile. Get the main line, existing profile, and there's the cul-de-sac as an existing ground. All right, so we didn't actually save those as we just did the existing ground. But if I go back to road network now, and I choose this cul-de-sac, now if I edit that, I'll just double click it. And it's where I can set up these dimensions, but notice within here, I've got this button to edit the profile. And if I edit the profile, you see this is now, and there's my low spot right in there. You can see from the contours, that's my low spot. And I've got that curve in there as my 50-foot vertical curve. So if I edit that, if I wanted to raise that up a little bit or move it around, or, you know, if I want to put the cul-de-sac low spot over here, for instance, and save that and exit, say okay. And now when I reprocess, see it actually did, or it kept those over here. And if I now reprocess, it should push those design contours. Now my low spot's over here where I'm going to come out for my drainage instead of here in the middle. So you can use that as we, you know, you can put low spots into these spots. So let's draw a real quick intersection, and I'll show you how you can control that with the intersections as well. So let's save that, and I'm just going to come out here and draw a 2D polyline, and I'm going to pick the layer that I want it to be on, which will be that, which is C road center line. I'm going to say okay, and I'm just going to come over here and I'm going to do a little line like so, just a polyline. It's going to intersect it. Now, I did not set that to be exactly 90. I just sort of eyeballed it. So now if I add a road, it's going to be a road, and I'm going to choose it by screen pick the polyline, and I'm going to choose that polyline, and it says there is no centerline file, so I'm going to assign that to a centerline file to that, and I'm going to call that my phase 6 dash side. Okay, so now there's that. If I double click that and choose the centerline editor, I'm going to fit a curve. We'll just make that a 200-foot curve and see what that looks like. And that's pretty good. We'll save and exit. And when we do that, you see I've got that as a center line. Now I'm going to double click and I'm going to edit the design profile, which now you see these little yellow lines. And as I zoom in over here, and then I go back to my, see right there where that line crosses, that's where I'm intersecting that main road. And you can see the crown of the main road as I go across. Here are those little transition vertical curves that allow me to go across the road. I can also add in, you know, curves over here to smooth this out a little bit. So if I add a vertical curve here, let's just give that a vertical curve length of say 100 feet. I know it's not very good design, but there it is. So that puts that down slope at 20% coming down off of that hilltop. So that's not a very good place. I may save and exit that and say, okay. Now, instead of reprocessing that where I'm crossing across the hilltop, I'm going to just take this whole line and move it. If I can find my move command, there it is. I'm going to maybe go across a little lower in a lower spot. Let's maybe put it across here. All right, and so now if I look at that profile again, you see it has kept those other curves in there. I'm going to actually sit on that curve there. I'm going to delete that PVI. And so now I'm coming up and I'm transitioning across. I'm coming down at a 10%. I'm coming up at a 2.5%. That's a little better. Let me put in, oh, let me go to the start. Here's part of the problem. I see. Escape or right click. Let me cancel that. All right, so now let's go back here and set the depth to 0. There we go. That's what I'm on. That gives me an upslope of 6.25. That's okay. I can live with that. I want to try to pull in this. I want to try to pull in a negative again. So I'll make that one 100 feet as well. Let's see what that does. That gives me a, oh, right at 0. So I'm going to pull this down just a wee bit so that I'm now sitting at a negative slope. So that again should get that. I've got an upcoming slope 10%. I'll live with that. I'll save that, exit that. I'll say okay. And then I'm going to process and you'll see what happens with the intersections now. So it's gone through here and actually created these intersections. I got a bit of a folding that I might need to tweak that a little bit. But I also do not see the low points. And I also do not see any points. All right, if I set to coordinate file, that's the one I want. Still no points, so it's not generating points like it should be. All right, well, maybe I might have to write this. I don't think so, but we'll try that. pH base 6 stakeout. Let's say. Okay. Save that, reprocess, and see if it gets to those points. No, it still doesn't generate my points. Well, regardless. So now you can see that this edge of pavement was the part that followed my transition. And you can see how it came around those curves. And we can actually see now, if we go back to our, let me save this and see what's going to happen. If we look at my roadway surface, you can get a sense of it here. And there's that low spot in the cul-de-sac that we edited in. And you can see as it came through the intersection, there's a couple of little bumps in there that we would need to straighten out and some fine tuning. Maybe increase the radius values a little bit or make it not quite so steep in there. You know, but that's pulling that down, but it's pushing that radius, it's pushing the edge of the pavement into the intersecting roadway, and it's pushing out, you see how the sidewalk, you know, picked back up. I didn't have enough, you know, I've got a sidewalk over on this edge, and then it picks it back up over here because this edge of the side road did not have the sidewalk on it. It is over here, and it peters out here because it doesn't meet one on that edge. If they were the same, you know, or I could even take the sidewalk out of the side road and it would stop in that side road, which we do that. For my side road, I'm going to, for this design template series, I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to take out the, let's say I'm out to the curb and that buffer. So I'm going to now take out this side road. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to remove the edge. So now it's going to just be without sidewalks. I'm doing a save as, and I'm going to call this one, take out that sidewalk designation. I'll save that. I'll exit, and now I'm going to repoint that. It looked like it did. It took the two that I had. I want this one for that one. All right. So I'll save that. I'll save that and then reprocess. And now you'll see the grading is all going to automatically change. Update that. I view my surface of my roadway. And you can see the sidewalk just comes around and it peters out here. And of course, in the construction files, you would, you know, stop the sidewalk. You could put in a template transition to where it stops using that and just uses the plain one. In fact, we could find out where that is. We can look at the intersection now. Double click our intersection. And again, just like with the cul-de-sac, you've got these different areas. Now I've got front left, front right, back left, back right, and any other transition. So I've got a front left. This is new, this add a ramp kind of deal. But you see, I've got this profile of this front left. Now the front left is when you're coming down the main road, which would be this road marked here. The front is the first one you come to, and it's on the left. So it's this one. So I can then edit that profile, and you can see as I move this around, there's my profile. So I could pop in a low spot, say like right in the middle, to put an inlet. So if I add that, say here, and let's just make that, oh, say 50 feet. Oops, too long. I do want it to be a 20-foot. Yeah, it's all going uphill, so it's not really a good spot to try to force that too far down. So let me cancel that one. If I exit that and go back to now my front right, let's edit that profile. Also, it's really steep climbing down. There's no real way to get that in there to have this. You see where that's where it ties to the other road. Here's where it, you know, ties back where it leaves. It starts the transition, comes through, and that's where it ends the transition. So notice it did put a nice little vertical curve in it to smooth it out, so it's not choppy. It's not coming into that elevation and going straight to that elevation. So it automatically created that for us. Back, left, and right, we'll just take a peek at those. I think they're all going to be the same type of things. No, I might be able to get one in there. So now I'm on this back right. So if I edit this PVI You see, you could pull that down and create a, make sure it's low enough for water to travel. Now, you notice if I did that, I would have this break across there and it would be a little rough transition. So I'm not going to save that. I'm going to exit and not save. But that's sort of the tweaking that you can do on those. You can increase individual radius values, like this one over here that had a little bit of a kink in it. That would be my back right. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to change that to make that say a 40-foot radius. And then I have to reprocess to get, and you see how that increased that radius and it smoothed out the kink. So maybe let's go to our defaults and let's make all of those radii, instead of 25 feet in the intersection, let's make them 40 feet. And we'll save and then reprocess. Now all of those should now increase to 40-foot radius. I think it kept the defaults. Let's see the intersection. Front left, yeah, still 25. So I'm going to put that up to 40. Back left to make that 40 and then back right. There's 40. Say okay and reprocess. And now those should widen up. There we go. And that may have smoothed out some of those kinks a little bit better if we view that. There you go. We've taken out those little folded areas along here of our main road. Okay, so that's how that part would work. And you could even, like I said, we could come in here to this. Where was our transition stationing? Front left, the profile started. Oh, that's that. Never mind. That's not the profile I want to edit. I want to find out what that station value should be, which would be, let me see. Go to our centerline menu and label the station an offset. We'll set the centerline for our main roadway. And I'm going to come down here and find somewhere right in here that's like 442.01. So if I just click a label there and let's click a label here past it at 549. All right. So now to be able to change that sidewalk over there where it curves out into this little petered out area, I'm going to actually switch this transition on my main road. So I'm going to double click that main road, and now my design template series, I've got that template, but I'm going to make a series. I'm going to switch it to a different template, the one that we use for the side street between these two stations. Okay. So my design template series, if I click that and choose new, I'm going to call this one Phase 6 2-lane curb. Let's just call it Phase 6 2-lane main series. And well, no, let me see. Let me put that back where I had it to. that. And so now what I need to do is to add a template series file. That's what I need to do separately. So I'm going to say okay to that, save this, and go to my roads, and now choose a template series editor. And I'll make this a new one, and we'll call this one Phase 6 Main TPL series. Okay, so from here, we're going to, there's our file that we're going to set. We're going to set a reference center line of our main. And we're going to start on the station. We're going to start at 0. And the template we're going to use is this one with the sidewalks. Okay. And we'll say okay. And so that's our first starting point. We're going to add now the next one will be this one without the sidewalks, but we need to tell it the station, and you can either screen pick it or type it in. Let's just put in your 4 plus 40, so 440. We're going to use that template. So from 0 to 440, we're going to switch to this template. We're going to add the next one at 550. And we're going to go back to the sidewalk. Okay. Now, right now, the way this is set, I'm going to set this okay and save it. Now, watch what happens. This is going to be a little goofy. So we saved that and exited, and now we're going to assign the series, which is this right here. So that's going to govern how this road works. Now, so watch what happens here when you process it. It's going to show you the sidewalks coming down from where it starts to where it stops. You see how it starts out here with the sidewalk and it tapers all the way into that point? And then it picks back up at that point and then starts to taper back out. Actually, no, it didn't pick that back up. Oh, I know why. Because I went from here and then I need to add to the end. I'll come out to right here. Let's just call it 1100. With the sidewalk. So that then starts with the sidewalk at 0, goes to 440 without the sidewalk, goes to here with the sidewalk again, and then back to that one. Processing that one now should clip that off. Let me erase those things out of there and reprocess, see where it ends it. All right, so we don't have that one, but it does transition this one sort of in a little sliver that comes down, which you can see. See how it starts out and it just tapers into a sliver, and then we need to fix that one on the side. But what happens with that in this template series, I'm going to go, oops, let me edit that series. Right now from here to here, if I double click that and make the edit, you see where it says transition with the previous template? Right now I'm interpolating, so it's spreading it across that range. If I say none and say okay, save and exit that and reprocess, you should see it come up to there and stop, but it's not stopping. Why? It's picking up. It's still not ending correctly. All right, we start at 0 with the sidewalk. Let's make no interpolations. Sure that that's going to resolve that. No. All right, from 0 to 440 using the sidewalk. And then it picks up again at 550. I might need to switch that one to the no sidewalk. Anyway, without wasting too much additional time here, you can see you can make these failed to write the surface. All right. So I'll go from the sidewalk at 0 to 440 has the no sidewalk, and it continues to 550 with no sidewalk. And then it goes to 1100. So do I need to see? It's interrupting that. Coming up to here. Let me take these two out on the side and see what that does. It still may give us a problem. And failed to write the surface. Let's clear out. Put this back to the sidewalk. I managed to mess that up a little bit. Let's exit that. Save the drawing and come back and reload the network. Process. Wow. Well, whatever I did, I made some kind of one too many. See, it's not even recognizing the things that it needs to erase. Erase by layer. And then we'll do that, select layers from the screen, and let's get rid of these 3D lines, but keep the main road. Whoops. There we go. Now this is let's save that and try that again. One last time, then we'll move on. Let's move my settings. Side road's so fat, but let's see. Design template series, that should be okay. There we go. Now it's back. Or something. There. Do I have just the drawn center lines? We will save the drawing. Work, and let's process one more time. It's still got something that is triggering that. All right, so you get a sense of how that works. I still want to, let's merge in this surface. So let's go to the surface menu. And let's choose our triangulation file utilities. And you're going to get a dialog like this, where we're going to wind up merging our road surface in, wait a minute, before we do that, I'm going to assume we still have the road surface. Phase 6, we do not. We need to get that to, need to get road network back. Let me exit AutoCAD and come back to it. Let's do the same, put my stationing back on. Okay, now I load up my road network. There's the one with those. Sidewalk, okay, so that's fine. The side road without the sidewalks, okay. Process. There we go. Now we've built the surface. And then exit the road network. We see that we now have this surface, which is just the road by itself. So let's go to the surface menu and choose Triangulation File Utilities. And when this comes up, we're going to load our TIN file. We're going to load the base existing TIN file. And you see it there. You can color it in, much like on the viewer. You can spin it around, do different things. And once we've got that loaded as a base, I'm going to go down here and choose Next at the bottom. And now I can see this colored back again. I want to merge a TIN, and I'm going to merge it with this particular setup that the second TIN is inside the current TIN's outside boundary transition, and I'm not going to change those colors because I want to keep the colors of the road that we did when we did the merge. So I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to choose the road surface. So it's now cut that into our existing grade, and I'm going to come down here now and do a save as for my output at the bottom. So I'm going to save as, and I'm going to call it Phase 6 Road Merged. Now I'll exit that, and I'll then view that surface, and you can see it has now merged that in to our existing ground. So that's now its own single separate surface, and that could be our new target surface to compute drainage, to do, whatever else that we need to design on it. Okay, now I wanted to show you a couple of things with some grading, for instance, and I'm sort of running out of daylight. I want to get back to Ryan's file to elevate those lines, which you all should have received in your email by now. Just save those files to that surface. We'll come back to that at the very last thing. But I want to show you a couple of tricks using that surface designer and merging and all of that. So if we are let's say we have a, we're going to maybe put in a parking lot, and we could do part of this road net, we could tie into that and bring a line, straight off of that road into, say, a parking lot over on the side somewhere. This is a bad example to use because I've got real high, I don't have very good transitions into particular grades. I'm up here on the top of these little hilltops, but here's a couple of techniques. If you have a particular figure, I'm just going to draw a 2D polyline, and let me select and put that on C. So do I have a layer set up called C site? Anything C? Nope, I'll just call it C proposed line. We'll just call it that. And I'll say okay. And let's say I've got some type of maybe this is some type of a parking lot or something. And I'm going to set that and set up the grading on that parking lot. And then if I'm going to add in a couple of features to that, like some curb islands, this is a really nice way to set that kind of feature up. But right now I want to set this grade in. All right, I'm sitting here at this elevation of, say, 90, and that should be 95. So I'm going to say maybe I'm going to be at 92 or some kind of elevation, as my little parking area here. Whoops. Let me close that figure. All right. Just sort of trying to make this a little bit square looking. All right, so now how do you set this in as a graded pad so that it ties into our existing ground? And we do that a number of ways. You can determine the elevations of this edge, and then you can tell it to offset the 3D edge and target the surface out here. But we have another one called a design pad template, which is a useful tool that puts a lot of these things together and starts to generate this surface. In fact, let's move that over here to where I've got a little bit more relief so we can see. So I'm now looking at this elevation is about 125, 130, so 128-ish or so we're going to look at. All right, so you can either go ahead and set that at a flat elevation, but let's give this some actual change in elevation. And we're going to say we're going to start up here. We want this to slope down, say from this back corner, say to this down corner with a downward slope of, a nice little 2% slope that gets it. So it sets a cross slope across the surface, and we're going to use that to establish these elevations, okay? So let's go to our surface menu and choose Design Pad Template. And what we want to do is we're going to target the surface file, and we have a closed pad. Now this doesn't have to be closed. It could be the edge of a bank or an open edge of a line that we're grading in and not a closed figure, but we'll keep this closed. So we'll go to the outside. We'll use a ratio slope design. And then we're going to check on to use a slope pad design of a -2%. So we'll give it that direction and we'll make sure that we have it correctly. And you can do all these things in here together and calculate the earthwork and calculate the surface and all that. But right now we're going to leave those off and we're just going to draw the geometry and take a look at it to make sure it's what we want. So I'm going to say every 10 feet for my side polylines, those are going to be the drawn lines. Blues will be fills, reds will be cuts, and you'll see how that applies. A 10-degree corner angle. I'm going to, let's see, that -2% with a slope pad design. Trim existing contours inside the pad. No, I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not doing any calculations yet. I'm just generating geometry. So I'm going to say, okay. And I'm going to pick my polyline here, and it says to find the surface. Well, there's my merged surface. I can use either one of those. And now it wants to know down here at the command line, the fill out slope ratios. I'm going to go 3-to-1 fills and 3-to-1 cuts. Now my pad bottom elevation it's asking for, and it reads the line above. It says the range of existing elevations goes from 118 up to 138. So I want to set this probably somewhere in the middle. It offers that minimum, so I'm going to put this at, say, 130. I think it's reading something sort of wrong, but let's put this at, say, 128. See, 118, 138, so 10. So yeah, 128. But I gotta make it 128. And pick the first point to define the pad direction. So I'm going to go from, turn my snaps back on. So I'm going to go from here to here. All right. And so now, do I want to adjust these parameters and redesign the pad? I'm going to say no. And I'm not going to contour the pad. And so now that's what I've got. So if I look at this, I select this corner, I just hover in, I see that has an elevation of 128. And I look over here and I click that one. And that has an whoops, let me just hover over it. It has an elevation of 130. So I gave my slope actually backwards. It should have gone, I said a -2. I gave it that direction and it pulled a negative in this direction. So let me redo that. Let's undo. We're back to that. We'll now go back to surface design pad template, and this time we'll say 2% instead of -2. We'll pick our pad, pick our surface, and we'll go 3-to-1, 3-to-1, a 128. And we're going to go from here toward here. Okay, no, and no. Now let's see if that managed to work. So if I hover here, I'm at 130, about 131. Down here, I'm at 128. All right, so when we look at this in our 3D viewer, we see that we've got a pad here and it's got an actual slope to it, but this bottom corner is in fill and this upper is in cut. All right, so that would be what we would save as a surface. Now, one thing that we can do, that gave us our initial starting point, and we now have that line now has differing elevations on it, okay? You can see that with our 3D data menu, polyline elevation editor. If we pick that line, we see that we go from, this point number 1 at 130 all the way around the corner. It's set these control points at the corners, so 2881, 2805, 2922, and then back up to 130. So we can set individual elevations. You've got slope, and that's a continuous slope on each segment till you get to the next segment. Then it's continuous slope from there down to the next segment. And that lets you set those. I'm going to cancel that. I'm not going to change any of that. Now, one thing we can do with that pad, now that we've designed it, is go back to the surface menu and choose Edit the Pad Template. So I'll now pick that. It brings up this little dock. I can change these side slopes, change my base elevation. Right now, I'm going to choose Process so that it computes the actual volume. So I've got 631 yards of cut, but 2,500 yards of fill. And so now if I want to balance, I can say balance that to cut and fill. I'll say 0. And do I want to find the optimal slope percent grade? I'll just say no. And so now I've got 1,400 yards of cut, 1,400 yards of fill. You can move the pad, for instance, just pick a point here and move it over, and then just reprocess. Again, we're out of balance. We can balance it at this point. Now notice also when we choose balance, and we're going to answer the question down at the command line. When we choose balance, it asks us for the import and export amounts. So in the case of this exercise that we had in our book, back up here in this tying things all together where we designed this borrow pit, we did that same thing, except we didn't balance it to a 0 condition. We knew that we needed, say, 20,000 yards of material for part of our construction work. So we set that as the export as 20,000, and we would type that number in here and it would adjust that accordingly to where it gave us those numbers we were after. But for now, we're looking for a parking lot area. So that's going to be sort of what we need. Now you could go ahead and write the 10 at this point, or you could select that as your boundary and select the, isolate the layer, and you can get all that stuff in and go through a build a surface on your own. But we'll just go ahead and say write the 10, and it's going to give us a, and we'll call it a PKLOT, a parking lot. So that's now going to give us that surface. We'll exit that edit. We'll verify by viewing our parking lot surface. And there now is that parking lot surface. And you can see these contours every 1 foot instead of 5 foot. So there's shows you that slope across the top of that surface. Now I did that for a reason. Because suppose we had a, we wanted, as part of our parking lot, I'm going to draw a little, I'm just going to draw a rectangle. If I can find my rectangle tool, here it is. And let's bring that down to, say, this corner. And then I'm going to rotate that. I can find my rotate tool. From there, a reference there to there, and I'll point it at that. So now I'm parallel to my parking lot somewhat, and I'm going to move that up into, say, the middle area. And then I'm going to do another little deal here, where if I draw a 2D polyline, I'm going to go from this corner, I'll hover and get that extension. I'll go up here a ways. And I'm going to take this, I'll make that by a layer. And I'm now going to take this and copy from here to here and to here. And then I'm going to copy from here to here. And you'll see what I'm getting ready to do here in a minute. Let me see how I want to do it. Let's put that, I'm going to move it here to the middle. Yeah, let's do that. I'll get rid of these. And then I'm going to offset that a particular distance, this same distance. I'll go from here to here. And then I'm going to move that again from the midpoint between these 2 points. Oh, it didn't like that. So I'll move that from the midpoint between 2 points here to here, and I'm just going to put that back in the center. So what I'm going to wind up having here is going to be, I'm going to trim. I can trim that, and I'm going to come up here and remove polyline segment, these end caps. And I'm going to put in an arc, rather. Draw an arc from the start to the center, which will be the midpoint between those 2 endpoints. And actually, no, let's put in a circle and then turn the circle. That arc, the center of the circle will be from the middle of those 2 points out to there. There we go. And I'll do the same thing here, which is the middle between these 2 points. Take it out to the edge so it's nice and tangent. One more. And then I'm going to use this to trim with. And trim these guys off. And then join all that stuff up nice and neat. So I'm going to join nearest on my components. And so now I have a nice little parking island. However, here's what a lot of people, now it could be that, we're going to try to figure out as we're building this parking lot edge, what this elevation is over here and all that. But the easier thing to do is, remember, we've made that little surface that had the flat part of the parking lot. I'm going to use this and drape it onto that surface so that it inherits the underslope and becomes a 3D object that I'm going to just place on the surface. Now you can do that with any type of drawn geometry. You can drape it on the surface. So for instance, if you're drawing water lines and you need a water line to go from here down to here, and you're going to drape it on the surface, and you can drop it 4 feet so that you keep it protected from freezing. So let's do that and see how we would grade this feature in, including the entire curb and the curb face and all of that. So let's draw in this line work as a 3D line draped on the surface. So I'm going to go to my 3D data menu, and I'm going to draw. Actually, no, I'm not going to draw. I'm going to, yes, let me see, 3D. I'm going to say 2D to 3D. That's what I'm looking for. By surface model. Okay, so the surface I want is that parking lot surface. The polylines I want to drape on it are there. I'll hit enter. Do I want to use the current elevations as an offset? No. Now, do I want to put any vertices in at grade breaks? Keep the existing, and I would normally keep the existing so we could label the radii and all that because they stay arcs, so I'm going to just turn them off. I'm not going to apply any vertical offset. Again, that's how you could do, like, drop a 4-foot water line and then set layer name for converted polylines. I don't know if there's any C curbs, C road. Yeah, there's not any. We'll just say no, we won't set a layer name. All right, so we'll say okay, and it's now elevated that. So that's now a 3-dimensional polyline, and you can see it in relation to this. We verify that with a little 3D viewer. And we see that, yes, indeed, it is lying right on that surface. And if we give that a surface exaggeration of, say, 5 feet, you can see it is sloped, just like it would normally be. So it's not just sitting there flat. We could even, if we view the surface first, the parking lot, and then we add, go to our model and add this feature, you can see when it comes in, if we go back to our view control and turn off the, as we see it's there, it's lying on those triangles. That's why when it was colored in, you can't really see it. You can barely see it sticking through there. Okay, so that's verified. We're sitting there on the ground with that as our curb face. So how do we build the curb? Well, we would normally take that as our base along the edge of the pavement from the parking lot, which we've now done. And we need to now raise to the top of curb. And then we're going to offset another line to be the back of curb, right? So what you do to do that is, we can't do a standard offset because this is now 3D. If we just tried to do a CAD offset, it's going to tell us that it can't offset that. So we have to go to our edit menu or our grading menu or grading toolbar. But we want to, this is a 3D utility, and it's this offset 3D polyline. And that gives us a number of options. You can offset things. We're going to use the interval method, but you can also see you can offset to a surface. So that's another way that you could have tied in that edge of that parking lot edge down to the ground. You can offset to a surface, and it just creates another line down there at the surface where it intersects the surface. But we're going to go with an interval. We're going to say, okay, and it's going to ask us for horizontal and offset amounts. So we're going to do a horizontal amount, and it's going to ask us for each of these in turn. Now, because this is really technically a vertical type of curb, we can't have vertical faces in our modeling because of the mathematics that get involved with division by zero when you go to compute volumes. So we have to lean this offset, we have to offset the top of the curb back to the inside, just lean it back just a little bit. So I'm going to just put it back at say 0.01. Okay, and so I'm going to now pick the vertical amount and let's make that a 6-inch curb. So I can either do it by percent, by degree, by ratio, or vertical amount. I would say 0.5, that's half a foot. So now pick a polyline to offset. Which side do I'm going to go? I'm going to go to the inside. And now when I zoom in there, I can see there is that extra little line that's almost vertical, but it's a half foot higher. So I'm going to repeat that command also by interval. And now I'm going to go to the top of the curb. I'm going to make that, which normally a 6-inch curb, so that would be a 0.5, but I did a 0.01. So just to be anal about it, I'm going to make that 0.49 and a 0 offset for the vertical. So now I have this little structure I look at again in my 3D viewer, and I see that lo and behold, there is, oops, I think I missed that value. That's a good thing I checked it. So let's take this back out and let's run that 3D offset again by interval. 0.49, yeah, instead of 0.5, it should have been 0. So I'll go from here to here now. And now we'll verify that again with their viewer. And we see that, yep, there we got a nice little curb structure in the works. Okay. So we're going to make that into a surface and then merge that into our parking lot surface, or we could go back and just redo everything all together. Either way, but I'm going to do something else here while we're at it. If this is a landscape island, I don't want my ground to be just flat across there. I want to sort of hump it up a little bit, give it a little rounded top. So if I draw I'm going to basically draw center lines down this thing and set those on this intermediate surface that I've just now created, that I will just now create. I'm going to put those on and I'm going to raise them up about 1/10. So it's 1/10 higher in the middle, and I'm going to do that from here. So I'm going to draw those lines in for a minute here. Let's draw them in. I'm going to switch my color to be yellow just so you can keep track of it. And I'm going to draw it for now as a, let's see if I can get it in as a 3D polyline directly. Let's see if it's going to snap correctly. So if I say, okay, where do I want to start? Well, I want to start at the midpoint between that point and that point. Okay, so it did it. It read the elevation I see on the line right here above on the command line. And so now I'm going to take it to the midpoint between 2 points of over here and over here. And it now has a different elevation. If I select that and I see that is 126.9, that is 127.5. Okay, so that's good, but I want to raise that up 1/10. So I'm going to go to my 3D data, change elevations, and I'm going to choose that by differential. I'm going to say OK. And I want to go a positive 0.1. Let's go 0.15 so we can see it. And ignore zeros. Yeah, sure. We'll take this and, oh, wait a minute. Forgot to do the other one. Let's do a 3D polyline again. We're going to go from midway between these 2 points here. And then we're going to go to that midpoint there. And that now should have 127.06 and then 127.21. Okay, so good. Now we're going to go to 3D data, change elevation by differential. We'll say 0.15, and we will ignore zeros, sure. Select these objects, and now they're done. So let's now turn that into a little independent surface by itself. So I'm going to go to triangulate and contour in the surface menu. Let's pick some surface, triangulate and contour. And I'm going to go to the contour tab and uncheck. I don't need to draw the contours. I'm just going to make this little file, write the triangulation file, and I'm going to call this one Curb Island. And ignore zeros. I'm going to use the inclusion and exclusion area so I can pick that outer boundary. And I'm going to identify my break line, say every 5 feet, or 10 feet's fine. We'll just say okay. I'm now going to pick that inclusion boundary. I'm finished with those. I have no exclusions. And now I'm going to back up and get all of that 3D geometry. It's built a surface, which I can verify with viewing my curb island. And you can see it complete with the raised hump. Okay. And there's my curb top there. And I've got the little automatic contours are turned on here for every 1 foot. You can see every half foot if you want to see a little bit more, even every 1/10 of a foot. So you can see how it built that. And you see the contours walking up the face of the curb. All right, so let's put that back to something better. All right, so now I've got these two surfaces. I've got this parking lot, I've got this island. So I just go to my surface menu, triangulation file, utilities. I load the base with my load 10 file, which was my parking lot. And I go next, and I want to merge that same deal with the island. And so now you can see it, and it lies right down on that parking lot surface. And it now, well, I'll do a save as, and I'll call it a parking lot total. Verify my merge worked okay with my parking lot total. And lo and behold, there it is. There's my grading plan. There's my parking lot, including the curb island that I created just by, and you see this contour line comes up, hits the face, walks up to the top, comes across a little bit before it then starts heading back down, then comes across, and actually, because remember, this is the bottom of it is sloping. You can see, I'm changing the little lighting position here. Okay, so that's basically how you do this particular type of grading design is you generate these 3D lines and edges and such, and then you incorporate those into what you're building as surfaces, build them as little intermediate surfaces and merge those together into your final design. Okay. Any questions on any of that kind of stuff at this point? And I want to jump over and spend 5 or 10 minutes just showing you how to elevate those other lines, like from Ryan's stuff. But everybody get a sense of how you can use some of these tools like Design Pad and just drawing lines and bringing them into that graded design. Everybody good?
Can some of this stuff be incorporated in Carlson's survey, or is this like only civil?
No, some can. If you're into survey, for instance, it has this Design Pad template on the survey, or not survey, but on the surface menu. You see that Design Pad template. It just does not have the edit design pad like we did the balance and the move and all that. You just have to build those one at a time. The also you don't have that 3D the ability to drape that line to change the elevations of things based on um, you know like what we had in civil. We did this 3D data. We said 2D to 3D by surface model. That's how we draped the first one. But what you can do in survey instead, and it's a little bit more tedious, is when you draw a 3D polyline, you can prompt for an elevation or slope, or you can use this surface model from a file. And when you do that, for instance, if I use the surface model of the parking lot total, and then if I start right here, see this little marker? It's showing me what the elevations is. So I'm going to go from here down to here, and anywhere else you might want to go with it, say to here. And now that line has now been draped right on that surface because it read the elevations from the surface as part of that draw 3D polyline. Before, I drew the polyline in 2D and then I changed it to 3D by targeting the surface. I don't have that tool in survey, but I can go ahead and create the 3D based on that. Okay?
Thank you.
Clear as mud, as they say. All right, so let's now take a look at, we'll go ahead and close this file and let's open up the files that I sent you back in your email. And I had mine in this particular location. Where what we're going to do is use those particular labels now to set the elevations of these curbs. Now, Ryan, I'm going to need to ask you to help us interpret a couple of these. This TBC PC, I'm gathering means like top back of curb, PC, point of curve, as it goes around here. So those are all the curve points here. I've got some top back of curb, top. Yeah, I don't know exactly what those stand for. But because I've got labels and they're all on the same text and I've got numbers to them and I've got pointers to them, we're going to use that to help, show these as elevated elements. So right now they're just 2D polylines. So we're going to go to our 3D menu. Now this is something that, Erica, you would have to be in civil to do. And so if you go to the 3D data menu and you're going to take a 2D to 3D by text with leader. Okay. So now it wants you to, I've got some options here. I've got a tolerance. There's a foot. I don't need that big a tolerance. I'm going to say just a tenth. The maximum distance between the leader and as a scalar of the average text height. All right, so that's fine, I suppose. All right, so now it wants me to select a sample of the elevation text. So I'm just going to pick one of those. So it identifies the layer that that's on, and then select the sample of the leader. Now they have to be the same layer, so that'll be fine. I'll just take that as well. And, oh, sorry, I missed. Let's try it one more time. So select a sample of elevation text, and it immediately goes to the next question. Select a sample of the annotation leader, and now select a sample of the polylines to convert. And at this point, we'll see there's the top back of curve. That doesn't look like it's pointing to the same feature. See, this is the back of the curb. These are down here to the front of the curb. Or that's the bottom of the curb. That's the face of the curb. Now, so not be able to do this as automatically as we wanted because it's pointing to different things. Now there's the top front of the curb. So what does TBC stand for, Ryan? Do you have any clue?
Yeah, there's a grading legend on the plans.
Oh,
TBC is elevation of top of back of curb. I think if you look at the island to the left side of the parking lot, they actually have the arrows going to the right line.
yeah, well, they do here and they do here, but then down here, they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me how kind of sloppy a lot of this stuff is.
And how people get away with it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so with that, so understanding that we would need to resolve those, let's find one at least that we can get to. We're going to take this one. So now select a sample of the polyline to convert. If we took all of these, all right, now it wants me to select the polylines to convert the leaders and elevations to process. So now I'm going to convert this polyline, and I'm going to use, that leader, that text. I don't have to get all these individually. Normally, if you gave it samples, you could then just say all. So I could then, select all of this kind of stuff. And let's just grab everything there, everything here, and hope that it works. You're going to, some of these are going to be out of whack, but let's go ahead and choose that. Oh, did I manage to mess it up? Let's see here. Now I'm going to pay attention to my selection. So if I text with leader, so select a sample of the elevation text, click a sample of the leader, click a sample of the line, click, and now select the polylines to convert the leaders and elevation labels to process. So I'm just going to come up here and grab them all. Some are going to be out of whack. Is it enter? All right, join two entities, enter elevation to add to the label values. I don't need to add anything. And so now it's coming up, it's going to step me through some things, and it says it detected a conflict. Pick the polyline corresponding to the current leader. So there's the leader it's marking. So which polyline is going to be that one? And let's say A for all objects. So it doesn't step us through. It looks like it's going to be another conflict. Pick the polyline corresponding to the current leader. Let's see, next. Let's see which one it highlights. There we go, that one. We'll say enter. And where's our next one? Let's see. We're going to go to in for next. There's that one. That's good. In for next. That one's good. In for next. That one's good. So it's finding all of these little conflicts. That's good. Next. That's good. Next. That's good. Next. That's good. Next. Oops, I gave it the wrong one for that. Sorry. And that, see, that would be for that leader. That'd be fine. But we didn't actually tell it to convert that one. So let's go next, next, there. So that's one way we could step through all this stuff. And we'll say next, 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 that one. And that one's already correct. That one's correct. That one's correct. Correct, correct, correct. And now we're done. All right. So with the exception of the fact that some of these we pointed to the wrong lines, let's take a look at that in our 3D viewer. And you can see, well, obviously we got some things out of whack. All right, but we did manage to raise up a good chunk of that stuff as we found it. So these, don't know what we actually looked at. Let's just look at the curb lines. Yeah. We could try that again. Let's do this a minute. Let's show by. All right, we'll do these, and let's these are all now 3Ds. Let's see, did we lop off a corner? I think maybe we did, yeah. All right, let's undo. In fact, let's just reload the file. I'm going to say no. Let's open the file. Now let's go to view, show hide by selection, isolate by selection. So I'm going to now just draw a little window around this particular island and its labels. All right, and we'll use that to now modify this 3D to 2D by text with leader. Select a sample of the elevation, a sample of the leader and a sample of the polylines. They're all on the same layer. So we'll just take that. And now select the polylines and leaders and labels. So we'll just grab everything that we see here and add nothing to it. And now it wants to know, okay, which line is associated with that. So it found some. And here's where we press N for next, A for everything, but we're going to just type N and hit enter. That's now selected correctly, so we hit enter. It now finds the next one. We have to type N to an N, enter. Now that one's correct, we'll say enter. There's now another one. It finds the same thing. So N to enter, that's now correct. N, that's correct. In, enter, that's correct. In, enter, that's correct. Which one are we looking at here? In, enter, that's correct. It's probably that one. That's correct. Now, see, that's where you could use this at this point to say, all right, that's the one that's pointing to the face of the curb. It's probably not. It's supposed to be the back, is my guess. So I'm going to take it as the back. Which one are we in conflict? The upper one in the corner. So we in. All right, so now I didn't find some label matches. But now if I look at that, I should have only the one, I think. And I picked up something else stray. But we've now managed to create that at elevation, so we can then use that to do our design with. Now, what happened in here? I don't know. And why did it pull this one also? So these are still 2D. But this, you see, squared off the edge instead of coming around the curve like it did here. My guess is we unclose that. Yep, that was the closing line. That's why it did that. All right, so then once you have that particular item, let's, I could draw an arc, a 2D arc. Three points. I'm going to start from here. I'm going to go to the another 3 point. I'm going to draw an arc, PC, PT, and 6. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to go to the center of this, and I'm going to come around to here. All right, now I'm going to say 2D to 3D by screen entities. I will accept that to convert. Oh, it's an arc. I need to turn it into a polyline. That's one of the commands that it needs a polyline. So I'm going to edit polyline utilities entities to polyline. So I'll change the arc into a polyline. It looks exactly the same. Now I'll go to 3D, 2D to 3D by screen entities. I will select that object, and I'm going to join it to that. So it reads its elevation from there. And now I'm going to actually join that to that. Do that. Maybe that's why it's not. It's trying to close around there. So let's not to best not to join it. We'll just leave it unjoined so that we get that around there. Now this, I don't know why that actually got converted. I assigned it the wrong one at some point. So I'm going to actually convert that back 3D to 2D by a 0 elevation. I'll select that. Now I'll come back to my top view. I'll rotate it back like so. And I will open that. Let's see. Oh. Let's eliminate that segment. And then we're going to let's draw another arc from there. Make the radius point. Center of that, and we'll go to there. Now, excuse me, now if we join, because it's a 2D, must be on a different layer or something. There we go. Let's try that again up here. From here to here. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got it figured out. And so we've got this top one elevated based on those numbers. Now, at this point, we can do that very same thing. Let's figure out what this distance is between here and here. So, is there no perpendicular found? What is this? This is a 2D. That's a 2D. So a standard distance would be from, let's just go from the near point of this to perpendicular to that. And it's a 10th. All right, so they've laid their curves back a 10th. So the same way we did that 3D offset, we're going to do that here with our 3D polyline offset 3D polyline by interval, where you need to know the distance. Got to measure this distance. Measure from here to it's going to give me the 3D distance. So I'm going to draw a 2D line perpendicular to that arc. And then I'm going to trim it with this. And I'll read that distance is 0.5. All right, so 0.5 and then another 10th will be that offset Do we know how high that curb typically would be? Just half a foot maybe? So our 3D offset, we're gonna go by interval. We're gonna go half a foot horizontally and 0 vertically. We'll select this and go that way. And we'll repeat it by interval, and we'll go 1/10, and it's 0.5 for did we get that one? There's a 3D. There's a 3D that is 9.37, 8.87. Good. All right. So now, and I don't have any idea what this is up here. They didn't give us those values anywhere that I see. We would look at our curb structure and see if we can figure it out from that. There's your valley gutter. So whichever, that's a lip down curb and gutter. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't, they didn't really give it to us. All right, so we would then offset that based on whatever that is and whatever it needs to be. You know, if it's a pitch down gutter or exactly what, and then we would need to set these specific elevations based on, you know, whatever it's given us on these curb cuts and such. But anyway, as we look at this in 3D, you can see we've now got that back of curb coming across to the top and then down to the bottom. Now you can see right in here a potential issue. See that little kink that goes down? And I'm not even at a vertical exaggeration. I've just got some kind of a little discontinuity based on the elevations that I had. Everything else looks pretty decent. I've got another little spot over here. Let me get to it. All right, so I would need to try to figure that one out, and that's up here at this corner. It's right in here. So yeah, see, it picked up that elevation over to there is what was being targeted. So all I would do in that particular case is I would go to my 3D data, polyline elevation editor, and I would choose this and see that vertex number 4. I'm going to sit there and I can just uncheck actually I don't need to uncheck the control. I'm just going to select and I'm going to delete the vertex, and that's going to be delete the selected vertices. So there's number 4. So it took that one out, and I could say okay, or I could switch now to selecting this polyline, and number 3 would be the one I want to delete as well. And say apply and close. Okay, so now you've got that in here, and we've got that one little kink on this back side, which if I view this, let's see if we can find it. It should be visible at this orientation. We'll go to settings, set the view, exit, and we see right in there. So what I would do with that is maybe, since that's a straight segment, I would actually, let me actually, why is it not letting me delete that segment? Try opposite that. It's right in here. Oh, so you know I don't see. So, all right, so let's take a look at that. I've got 6953, 6993, 6984, 6996. So it goes from 96 to 53, back to 93 and 84. So, well, I mean, it read based on those numbers. So that's actually what we elevated was based on those design plans. And that might be what they intend. I would probably want to clarify that a little bit. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe there's not, but that's part of, part of what we have to do is try to interpret these plans. If not, then we would need to probably, oh, I don't know, hold the ends and just let it run. Don't have any idea of why. So if I set, see, there's that, there's 96 to 53, 93, 84. So that's exactly what they have labeled. We figure out why they have the high spot in it. And we would do that by, calling them up and asking for an RFI. So what does that mean, our top CC? Top back of curb, top CC.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I see PC, point of curvature.
Well, CC often is for compound curvature. So no, they're giving me these elevations right in here, this 6953, 6993. So it drops 4/10 across. Then 84 to 65. So it's only like 200ths versus 400ths drop. So there's a bit of a warp in it right there. These I think are fairly correct. Now let's see, they're pointing to the back. And this is pointing to, it's just sloppy. So they're showing this elevation for this ADA ramp. Come out of here, we walk around to here, and we we come back up. So 65, 65, this 91 to 91. So that's relatively symmetric. And then we get this business, like, well, they're showing, well, maybe it is actually warped because see this 1.44% on this side and 0.36% on that side. So it's a bit of a different slope than 0.5 and 1.5. So that could just simply be where they transition from the slope along this edge to the slope along this edge. It's just, I don't know that I would have necessarily uh, have done it like that. I think I would have tried, you see how on this front edge, even though it's a different slope this direction than it is that direction, the transition is relatively smooth. And here, this is a little bit jolted. So, I would maybe want to consider asking them about that. The other idea is if they gave you, well, they gave you the CAD file, right? Not
Yeah.
not just the PDF. They gave you the CAD files, but the CAD
Yeah.
file is all unelevated. Is there any chance that your relationship with that firm is such that you could ask them for that 3D on that, or they may not even have it? That'd be the first thing I would do instead of trying to do all the work again. See,
Yeah, I think I'll get in touch with them and just let them know of a couple of things if we've noticed right off the bat.
yeah, I would do that first before I spent a whole lot of extra time trying to figure it out. But unfortunately, sometimes you get these situations where the design engineers get real proprietary and they say, I can't let you have that because you might change my design. Well, no, you're forcing me to change your design now because I have to fix something. I'm trying to guess what you meant. So you need to, if everybody was owned by the same person, the contractor, the designer, the surveyor, everything, everybody could share all this information and use it. But the problem is they try to either hoard the information or they try to hide behind what they may be afraid of having somebody find out. And so, they got a set of plans, they got to prove they're done. They dust their hands off and walk away, but you've got to now go out and build it. So, that would be where the owner has probably paid the surveyor or paid the engineers, and the engineers maybe paid the surveyor. So indirectly, the owner's paying the surveyor, and then the owner's going to hire you and pay you. Then, that may be the point at which you could immediately say, hey, I noticed you've got this nice file, you got elevations on it. Can we just get the 3D part of that file? And if they balk, then and if they give you that excuse that no, we don't want to give it to you for the fear that you might change something. Well, remind them that you're going to have to change something anyway, because you're having to interpret from these erroneous labels. Well, I mean, I wouldn't get adversarial with them about it, but I would, try to state my case that I need to be able to fix this, help me out. Because otherwise, what always happens, as you well know, is that you guys have to fix it in the field. And then that becomes, a matter of people standing around scratching their heads and saying, well, maybe that was this, maybe that was that. Well, I'll just do that and smooth it out. Well, that's all well and good and off it goes, but that becomes a change order if you've got to do some kind of a massive change to something. So whereas if you can do all this and look at it before it hits the ground, you save that effort. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
All right. So, wow, guys, you all stuck with me for an extra hour. I hope it's just simply because it's that you're west of me, and so your day's not over yet, and you wanted to just stay and hang out. So, anyway, but are any of you three PEs, PLS, any of that kind of stuff? Registered surveyors or engineers?
I'm not. I
Okay.
work.
I am, Ken, so I could use the
You need,
continuing education credits. Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna, and I'll make sure on the certificate that it says comma PE. That's always nice. And
Appreciate it.
well, that's good. And we're gonna give you the extra hour for the timing class because we had normally it's just a nominal 6.5 hours a day, but today went an hour long, so everybody gets the extra. Um, every little bit helps. Except if you're like me, you teach one of these classes every other month, and I get triple credit for teaching the class. So I've got more than I could ever use in my remaining years. I wish you could sell them. I get some people that are desperate, oh man, I need some PDHs. But anyway, all right. So that sort of, like I said, wraps it up and gets sort of a drink out of a fire hose kind of approach. But those are the thought processes I want everybody to sort of, try to start thinking about how to work in this third dimension, how to, you can't see it when you're looking straight down on it. So figure out how to, look at it in 3D and how you can figure out, give you some ideas. So you can see those things like quick profile, look at your surface viewer, look at, various other aspects. How do I change this? Like if I took this, this, this curb elevation, let's say, if I need, this happens to be an ADA ramp around this corner, that's all fine. But then what I would need to do is that this back of curb is going to come out to at some point and stop, and it's going to transition down to where there's no curb actually there. It's all, I mean, it could be there, but it's all at the same level. So, you've got ways of being able to use that um, polyline elevation editor where you can set something like that. So it's going to go from here to here. And right now it just goes smoothly down. Well, let's say a 67.9, 68.3. You can, let's say, if we take this point here and we're going to turn that into a control point, and we're going to come over here and set this point here, let's call it, and make that a control point. And now at this point back here where we were, I want to make that elevation the same as that face of curb. So, down on the pavement. So I'm going to set that elevation. I need to set that elevation with this one here. I'm going to pick it from the screen. I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to come over here and I'm going to pick that elevation, wherever it is there. So that's now going to drop down. I'm going to now click over here to that point. I'm going to set that elevation from the screen. So it'll be that one. And if I say apply and close, now let's just look at those items. Let's see if we've got, I don't know that those other things are elevated. You should see now that, you see how that one curve now has that transition down. And so then I would come back now at this and let's see, what did I changed this one. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And do I need to also get rid of this? So I keep that one. I just got rid of that one. So I'm going to now go back to that 3D offset by interval. That was 0.5. and 0. Then went from here to here. And now when you see that structure in our 3D viewer, you can see there's your curb transitions down to a ramp. And of course, if you had these other edges in there, you would see that a little more well-defined. But, you know, that's the kind of thinking that you need to go through, is to manipulate this stuff as 3D geometry. And then when you're done with all that, build a surface out of it. Okay. And then merge those if you need to. All right. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okie doke. All right, folks, it has been a whirlwind. Stay in touch. You've got my email, you got my phone. That's all of that's included in the signature block of the email. Please feel free to go over any of these things, or even stuff that we didn't cover. If you have a question on something, I can at least point you in the right direction. We'll certainly be glad to give you that first line of tech support as you may need. And we'll go from there. All right.
Sounds good. Yeah, Ken, I might send you an email about some of that cut fill stuff and Centroid,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
for that.
anything like that. Yeah, we'll just maybe see if we
Yeah,
can discuss a little on that.
yeah. Let me know, when you get something like that, you want me to take a look at it, and I'll get a chance to
Okay.
sort of get out of the pressures of the class. It looks like I've got some issues with that IntelliCAD version. Some of those file lags, I may just have to switch to the AutoCAD version full time. I hate to say that because I've always liked the IntelliCAD version better, and I've never had that problem happen until this version. So anyway, that being said, so like I said, stay in touch on that stuff, and I will get out to you. It'll be next week early, but I'll get you your certificates and your PDHs and the links to the recorded videos. Once they go up, they take a little while to process up under YouTube. But once we get there, we'll have them available for you. And we'll go from there. It looks like I did my ramp incorrectly. I should have made this my depressed area instead of over here. But anyway, you get the idea. All right, so let's I'll go ahead and stop our recording, and